Chapter 9:13. But Dongbu Shuang was wrong. The stone mirror had appeared in all sorts of forms over the long years. It landed in the hands of many ancient cultivators, causing many bloody storms. Once its fame was too great or it stayed in the hands of an ancient cultivator for too long, Jie Zhu would use some methods in the dark to make the stone mirror disappear silently, allowing other ancient cultivators to obtain it. During this transmission, many ancient cultivator inheritances were created by relying on the stone mirror. There were many ancient cultivators who obtained the stone mirror. For instance, more than half of the primal chaos ancient cultivators in the myriad ancient sacred world had obtained it before. The primal chaos ancient cultivators outside the myriad ancient sacred world had obtained much less, at most 10%. Even so, the transmission rate of the stone mirror was terrifying. No matter what, I have to grab hold of this rare opportunity and properly raise my strength. If I can step into the primal chaos realm as soon as possible, that would be for the best. Dongbu Shuang was looking forward to stepping into the primal chaos realm. The moment he did so, his body and soul would undergo a qualitative transformation. Like his current strength, he could fight against some of the weaker primal chaos experts, but he was still lacking in many aspects. The soul of a primal chaos giant was far stronger than his. Hence, their true bodies were in a sacred world, and they could even send their incarnations to another sacred world. As a Unity Realm expert, Dongbu Shuaying's incarnations could not be too far away from his true body. Once the distance reached a certain extent, his willpower would no longer be able to maintain it, and his incarnation would collapse. This could be seen from the distance of the incarnations. For instance, Ancestor Devil. His true body was in the Great Void Heaven Temple. In the past, when Dongbu Shuang attacked the base of the ancient sacred religion, he sent an incarnation of Ancestor Devil down with a single voice transmission. This distance was close to 10% to 20% of the diameter of a sacred world. No matter how strong a Unity Realm expert was, it was impossible for him to send his incarnation over such a long distance. He could not even reach 1/1000th of the distance. This was a qualitative transformation. The soul had a qualitative transformation, and so did his body. Dongbu Shuang was looking forward to this qualitative transformation. Walking in the myriad ancient sacred world, looking at the dark canyon that spanned billions of miles, stepping over the vast ice lake, and passing through the flaming divine mountain, after experiencing all sorts of strange places, seeing the natural manifestation of the operating rules, and comprehending the guidance of the stone mirror, Dongbu Shuaying's cultivation level was also slowly increasing. He had long since simplified the fifth apocalyptic sword, and after cultivating the imperial dragon inheritance, with the guidance of the stone mirror, Dongbu Shuaying's first breakthrough was the Tao of Massacre, and he had finally grasped the sixth apocalyptic sword. Of course, because he had long since grasped Sky Punishment Edge and learned the Armageddon's sixth sword, it did not help him in terms of offense, but it made his close-quarters combat much stronger. Imperial Dragon's inheritance also used this to evolve to the point where it could rival Cinnabar's inheritance, causing Dongbu Shuaying's body to become even stronger. The defense of the scales on his body was even more impressive, and his palms were also abnormally terrifying. I've made up for my weaknesses and made up for them. Dongbu Shuang was quite happy. He was in no hurry. The apocalyptic sixth sword had always been the last step, so it was naturally easier for him to break through. And it was much harder to step into the primal chaos realm. But he had touched upon the primal chaos realm in both the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter, with his accumulations in the Tao of Mirage being more profound. Within a vast desert in the myriad ancient sacred world, there was an oasis that was emitting vitality. There was a relatively flourishing tribe living on this oasis. The tribe had a population of several 100,000 people, and amongst them were weak children. They were transcendents since birth, but under the suppression of the laws of the sacred world, their running speed was not fast. At the same time, they were practically the weakest life forms in the sacred world, and had to rely on a group to survive. Maybe there might be an ultra-strong expert emerging from them in the future, but at least for now, these children required the protection of the tribe. Within the tribe, there were powerful warriors, and the highest leader of the tribe was even an expert at that void god unity realm. He had painstakingly constructed all sorts of arrays around the tribe, allowing the tribe to flourish until now. Hua! A huge crimson ship appeared in the sky above the tribe from nothingness. Many figures immediately flew out from the ship. Almost all of them were wearing black robes. Only the thin old man leading them was wearing a crimson robe. His eyes were faintly burning with a cold flame. Those who were stared at by him would feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Move! Hurry up! The crimson-robed old man coldly ordered. Yes! The group of black-robed subordinates were all at the Unity Realm. Their figures flashed before dispersing around the tribe. All of them took out a piece of black talisman. For a moment, all 12 of these black talismans were activated. Hong, a terrifying array was activated by the 12 talismans, causing rolling black clouds to appear in the sky above the tribe. The black clouds covered the sky, causing the people in the tribe to feel uneasy. Mother, what happened? A child hid in the bosom of his mother in fear. His mother was a world deity. She looked at the black clouds forming in the sky nervously. Rest assured. Everything will be fine. The patriarch and the others will protect us. The patriarch, who was like a guardian god in the eyes of the entire tribe, felt uneasy at this moment. He had long controlled the entire tribe's array to deal with the intruders. However, the other party's actions were too fast, and the rolling black clouds had appeared almost instantly. I wonder which senior it is. Feel free to instruct us. We will naturally not dare to disobey. The patriarch said loudly. His voice passed through the tribe's array and was transmitted to the outside world. I want all of you to die. Will you not disobey? A cold voice reverberated in the world. The patriarch was stunned. Countless people in the tribe felt their hearts trembling. A group of ants. The cold voice was filled with disdain. Hong. The rolling black clouds in the sky suddenly descended. The tribe's array was simply a joke. The rolling black clouds were like an illusion as they easily passed through the array and enveloped the entire tribe. They invaded the bodies of every single person in the tribe. From the only Unity Realm expert to the infants who were just born not too long ago, everyone was permeated by the black clouds. I can't move. Why can't I move? Everyone in the tribe discovered this point in shock. The energy within their bodies had been sealed, and even their bodies seemed to be affected. Even though their ears could hear, their eyes could see, and their mouths could move, their bodies could not move. Following that, the rolling black clouds dissipated. The 12 black-robed men in the sky gathered together. They respectfully reported to that crimson-robed old man, Sir, all of them have been captured alive. The crimson-robed old man had a wizened face that looked like a skeleton. He looked downwards and nonchalantly said, This time, we have captured enough. Palace Master requires 300,000 experimental bodies. You guys can pick according to his requirements. As for the remaining ones, lock them up for me. I hope that these remaining experimental bodies can aid me in cultivating the secret technique. Sir, you will definitely succeed. Sir, why don't I go and capture more experimental bodies? The more experimental bodies the better. A black-robed man fawned on the other party. The crimson-robed old man glanced at him before revealing a smile. It's just that his smile was frightening. I'll bring back the experimental bodies of this tribe first. You bring 2 more people to capture more experimental bodies. Yes, yes. They did not restrain themselves in their conversation. Instead, they were speaking openly. Even though the people in the tribe could not move, there were still some void god experts amongst them. Their hearing was extremely good, and they could clearly hear the conversation. When they heard about experimental bodies, their expressions changed. It's the hex cultivators. Furthermore, they are wicked hex cultivators. They want to capture us to conduct all sorts of wicked experiments. The experts in the tribe were all horrified. They would rather be killed by themselves than to be experimented on by those wicked hex cultivators. The hex cultivators researched the myriad existences, and naturally, they would research on the body and soul. Some wicked cultivators had even treated many cultivators as experimental materials. We're finished. The tribe is finished. The experts in the tribe who could hear the conversation in the sky felt their hearts trembling in pain. They were furious and in despair. They wished they could risk their lives, yet the gap in strength prevented them from doing so. Hex cultivators. A cold voice sounded. A white-robed young man appeared. His face was filled with anger. He looked at the people in the tribe who had been struck by the secret technique and the black-robed man and the crimson-robed old man in the sky. Who are you? The crimson-robed old man looked at Dongbush Shuang with his cold eyes. He coldly said, "Who is your palace master? I wish to know which hex cultivator is so vicious." Dongbush Shuang said. He had a good impression of the hex cultivators because his wife and his teacher, Blood Blade, cultivated in the hex cultivator as well. The crimson-robed old man laughed when he saw this. It seems we have met someone who wants to save the weak. Since that's the case, we'll capture him and offer him to Palace Master. An experimental body at the Unity Realm is not bad. Yes. The 12 black-robed men immediately acknowledged. Hong. Dongbush Shuang abruptly unleashed the plate ripple diagram domain, causing ripples to invade into every black-robed man. These black-robed men were the lowest rung runners. They were merely at the first or second level star pagoda strength. They were only powerful by relying on the talisman given by Palace Master. And that crimson-robed old man was considered an expert. He was at the third level star pagoda strength. But under the entanglement of the ripple strands, all of them were completely restrained and suppressed. The expression of the crimson-robed old man changed. He tried his best to struggle, yet he could not break free. Dongbush Shuang coldly looked at him. The 12 black-robed men and the crimson-robed old man were all restrained. The crimson-robed old man roared, "You have created a huge calamity. Do you know who you have offended?" "Ah! Created a huge calamity?" Dongbush Shuang watched calmly. His current strength was close to the 7th floor of Star Tower. Even if terrifying existences like Primal Chaos Hall Master or Black Emperor acted with their true bodies, relying on the treasures worth several thousand Origin World rocks given by forefather Tianyu, they could still survive for a moment or two. By then, Dongbush Shuang could rely on ultra-long distance teleportation to escape. And if it was not at the level of Black Emperor, Dongbush Shuang did not have to worry. Dongbush Shuang did not believe that it was a cosmos god. Because there were only 2 cosmos gods in the entire myriad ancient sacred world, Wu Zu and Jie Zu. You are courting death. The crimson-robed old man became even crazier. He roared, "Hurry up and let us go. I've already reported this to Palace Master. When Palace Master arrives, it will be too late for you to regret. By then, you will neither live nor die." "Oh? Your Palace Master is quite capable to make me live and die." Dongbush Shuang sneered. Chapter 9:14. Hurry up and let us go. It's not too late to escape now, or else. The red-robed old man wanted to threaten him, but his eyes widened and he was unable to say a single word. Dongbush Shuang glanced at him coldly. He had already sealed their strength, so it was easy for him to make them speechless. Based on his temper, he would have long killed these devils who wanted to take countless lives. In order to please this red-robed old man, these black-robed men even took the initiative to capture a large number of innocent and weak people. All of them deserved to die. However, he was not in a hurry to kill them. He still needed them to lure the palace lord behind them. "I do want to see who you are." With a thought, Dongbush Shuang lured the 12 black-robed men into an illusory world, and easily led them to reveal the identity of the palace lord behind them. Because this was not a very important secret, the palace lord did not set up any restrictions, and the black-robed men obediently revealed everything in the illusory world. "So it's him." Dongbush Shuang snorted coldly. "He is truly an expert." A moment later, the 12 black-robed men and the red-robed old man were unable to move, and they fell to the ground. All the items that they brought with them were forcefully taken away, including their storage treasures. Seeing this, the red-robed old man was infuriated, but he could not say anything. He could only think to himself, when the palace lord arrives, he will spit out everything he took, and even his body will be buried with him. Dongbua Shuang waved his hand, and some of the storage treasures were forcefully refined. Following which, many black tokens flew out. 12 tokens. Dongbua Shuang nodded. Hundreds of thousands of tribesmen had fallen into the trap, and all of their souls had been invaded by the black fog. Normally, he would have to painstakingly expel the black fog from their souls, and that would require him to be extremely meticulous. Furthermore, how long would it take for hundreds of thousands of tribesmen to do so? With a single look, he knew that these 12 black-robed men had a way to control the black fog. Shaman cultivators, they sure have a lot of strange methods. Dongbua Shuang split his attention into 12, and controlled 12 black tokens at the same time. Boom! The 12 black tokens hovering in front of him immediately activated the formation, resonating with the black mist in the bodies of the hundreds of thousands of people who were unable to move. All of you, come out. With a thought from Shuang, strands of black fog flew out from the surface of every single one of his subjects. The black fog condensed into a vast black cloud. Following that, this vast black cloud dissipated in midair. I can move. I can move. One by one, the citizens began to stand up. Some of the children and youths even crawled up with a grunt. Countless people in the tribe were filled with excitement, but they still looked nervously at Dongbua Shuang from afar. They had witnessed everything that had happened, and they knew that this white-robed young man had saved them. However, they had also heard the crazed cries of the red-robed old man. Clearly, there was an extremely powerful expert behind the red-robed old man. So south. A dozen figures flew over and landed in front of Dongbua Shuang, bowing respectfully. Senior has saved our entire tribe. We don't know how to repay such a great favor. The leader of the tribe had tears in his eyes. He didn't dare to imagine that if it wasn't for the appearance of this white-robed young man, all of his tribesmen would have become the experimental subjects of the evil shaman cultivators. How terrifying would that be? Every single one of them would be experimented on, and if they didn't die, they would be subjected to all sorts of experiments. It would be much more painful than being killed. Dongbua Shuang smiled calmly, it's nothing much. Since he was strong, he had to bear the responsibility. To him, it was nothing much, but to the entire tribe, he had saved them from a calamity. The more people he saved, the more Dongbua Shuang understood this point. That senior saved our entire tribe? That's right. If it wasn't for that senior, our tribe would be finished. From afar, a young man was asking his mother. The young man was looking at Dongbua Shuang anxiously, but there was also a look of admiration in his eyes. Such a scene was happening in many places within the tribe. At this moment, many children and teenagers were looking at the white-robed young man with incomparable admiration. In the long years to come, they would never forget this expert who had saved their tribe. They all looked forward to the day when they could become experts as well, and have the qualifications to stand in front of the savior of their entire tribe. That would be an endless glory for them. These little fellows. Dongbua Shuang smiled. Those adults with some experience didn't even dare to look him in the eye, afraid that they would offend Dongbua Shuang. As for those children and teenagers, they didn't really understand. Senior. The leader looked at the red-robed old man and the 12 black-robed men who were lying on the ground, unable to resist. He hurriedly said, there seems to be an extremely powerful expert behind these evil shaman cultivators. Senior, you have to be careful. Don't worry. Dongbua Shuang instructed. I'm confident. Also, you had better hurry and migrate your entire tribe. I'm afraid that the person behind them wouldn't dare to appear, and would vent his anger on you after I leave. Yes. The leader was startled. He knew that this place would soon turn into a battlefield. He did not dare to let his tribe continue staying here. He hurriedly said, Senior, you have to be careful. Shaman cultivators have many techniques, and it is hard to guard against them. The few of us will be thick-skinned and leave first. Go. Dongbui Shuang nodded. The migration of a cultivator tribe was extremely fast. They directly kept a large number of tribesmen into their Eden treasure before following the patriarch to teleport away. Strictly speaking, the Eden treasure was considered safe. But it was ultimately a small world that was opened, and the aid it provided to cultivators was far from comparable to a cosmos, much less compared to the sacred world. It was not bad for a world deity to emerge within the Eden world. As for a true god, it was practically impossible. To the sacred world, true gods were everywhere, and void gods could barely be considered experts. In the desert oasis, the tribesmen were no longer around. Dongbui Shuang sat cross-legged by himself. The 12 black-robed men and the red-robed old man by his side could not move at all. He's here. Dongbui Shuang opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Hong Long, a primal chaos flying ship, flew out from the spatial tunnel. Following that, a cabin door appeared on the smooth exterior of the primal chaos flying ship. 2 figures flew out at the same time. One of them was a cold male wearing a gray robe. His body was emitting a wicked aura uncontrollably. His eyes stared at Dongbui Shuang from afar, and it felt as if there was a horrifying monster hiding in his eyes as he peered at Dongbui Shuang. This kind of wicked hex cultivator has completely altered his body and soul. He is quite strong. Dongbui Shuang thought. This cold male was called Wicked-Eyed Palace Master. He was at the 5th level Star Pagoda strength, and he was one of the strongest. Being a wicked hex cultivator, he researched on the body and soul, and had even altered his body and soul. He was incredibly hard to deal with. Even if the 2 commanders of Chief Devil Cliff worked together, they would not be as hard to deal with as this person. But Dongbui Shuang did not place him in his eyes. Of the 2 commanders of Chief Devil Cliff, Monarch Chi Hu, who was extremely strong in survivability, could not even resist against him. This person by the side. Dongbui Shuang saw an old man who walked out with the gray-robed cold male. This white-haired old man had a gentle expression. He was dressed in a simple robe, and his aura was completely concealed. Dongbui Shuang was observing these 2, and the 2 of them were similarly observing Dongbui Shuang. Their intelligence network was much higher than that of their subordinates, and they were able to recognize Dongbui Shuang with a single glance. Great Void Heaven Temple's Dongbui Shuang. The white-haired simple old man said, "Junior disciple brother, it's said that his strength has reached the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower, and he specializes in the Sky Punishment Edge of Dark World Master." Senior disciple brother Lei. Wicked-Eyed Palace Master humbly said, "Battles don't depend on one's strongest side. Instead, one has to look at one's weakness. This Dongbui Shuang has merely learned the absolute art of Dark World Master, and he can naturally win against a fool like Black Chief Devil. But in front of me, Senior disciple brother Lei can wait for a moment. Since he dares to spoil my plans, I will naturally teach him a lesson." Chapter 9:15. The crimson-robed old man and the 12 black-robed men who were lying on the ground were anxiously waiting for their palace master to save them before making this white-robed expert regret and beg for mercy. Dongbui Shuang. Wicked-Eyed Palace Master stepped on the void and looked at Dongbui Shuang from afar. The wicked aura on the surface of his body was surging and spreading in all directions. This is the myriad ancient sacred world. You are just from the 7-star oceanic sacred world, yet you dare to be so unbridled in the myriad ancient sacred world? You dare to spoil my plans? You are quite daring. The myriad ancient sacred world is split into 2. This is the Jie-Zhu domain and not the Wu-Zhu domain. You aren't qualified to say these, right? Dongbui Shuang shook his head. Do you think you are unbridled just because you are an inner hall elder of the Great Void Heaven Temple and I don't dare to kill you? Wicked-Eyed Palace Master sneered, "Right, I won't kill you. But even though you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. I'll snatch away all your treasures and let you have a taste of some punishments that I researched. Finally, I'll send you back to the Great Void Heaven Temple in perfect condition." I believe the Great Void Heaven Temple will have nothing to say. You are very confident. Dongbui Shuang nodded, then let me see if you have the strength to do so. Oh, I'll eliminate them first. Since you are here, it's pointless for them to stay. The moment he finished speaking, Pu, the crimson-robed old man and the 12 black-robed men widened their eyes in terror. Following that, their auras dimmed. Their sealed souls had been extinguished, and even their bodies had turned into nothingness under the power of the plate ripple diagram. The pupils of Wicked-Eyed Palace Master dilated when he saw this. His expression became much more savage. He stared at Dongbui Shuang and grinned, very good, very good. A young brat who has merely learned the absolute art of Dark World Master dares to be so arrogant in front of me. I'll let you know that the hex cultivation isn't something those destruction devils from the Star Pagoda can compare with. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The eyes of the Wicked-Eyed Palace Master suddenly erupted with a terrifying pressure, and 2 black streams of air flew out from his eyes. If one looked closely, they would realize that the black streams of air were filled with tiny black beetles. More than 100 black beetles flew out from the Wicked-Eyed Palace Master's eyes, and quickly rushed towards Dongbui Shuang. Immediately after, the Wicked-Eyed Palace Master's body suddenly expanded by a large margin. He grew a total of 6 arms and his skin turned gray. There were even strange eye patterns on his exposed gray skin. A large number of eye patterns covered his entire body, emitting a large amount of black evil aura that could be seen with the naked eye. Die! Wicked-Eyed Palace Master's body turned into a beam of light as he pounced towards Dongbui Shuang. Over 100 black insects and the Wicked-Eyed Palace Master, who had transformed into his shaman form, charged towards Dongbui Shuang at the same time. Seeing this, Dongbui Shuang just stood there calmly, not putting up any resistance. Wicked-Eyed Palace Master was puzzled. He had already made other preparations to deal with Dongbui Shuang's moves. Even though he spoke arrogantly, he was still very serious in his heart. After all, Dongbui Shuang's sky punishment edge was indeed powerful. But Dongbui Shuang did not put up any resistance, causing Wicked-Eyed Palace Master to feel puzzled. Aren't you too arrogant? Humph, if you don't even use your full strength in battle, it will be easier for me to win. According to the intelligence he had gathered, he already had a detailed plan to defeat Dongbui Shuang. From how he saw it, even though Dongbui Shuang's attacks were powerful, he was too young and did not have the time to make up for his weaknesses. Hence, his body was slightly weaker. His weak body was comparable to other experts like Wicked-Eyed Palace Master and Black Chief Devil. In reality, before cultivating the Imperial Dragon inheritance, Dongbui Shuang had only relied on the Voidwalker system to strengthen his body. This was because once the Voidwalker system reached the Unity Realm or the Primal Chaos Realm, it would no longer have much of an advantage. The Voidwalker system had a huge advantage in the early stages, but it would not have much of an advantage in the later stages. If one had to talk about an advantage, it would be the voidification and control of the void. It was formidable in terms of survival and escaping. And in terms of body? Most would be the ancient cultivators, the strongest warrior system, or the hex cultivation system. They were more proficient in this aspect and could cultivate their bodies to a terrifying stage. Dongbui Shuang had cultivated the Imperial Dragon inheritance to the 6th floor of Star Tower. It was fine if his body was greatly strengthened, but the scale armor on his body was even more powerful. It was comparable to a middle-grade Void God weapon. Cinnabar's inheritance focused on the illusory realm and was beneficial to the soul. Imperial Dragon's inheritance focused on slaughter and was beneficial to the fleshy body. He isn't even using his full strength in battle. What a fool! The countless eye diagrams on Wicked-Eyed Palace Master's body began to light up. Suddenly a resounding cry could be heard. A red stream of air spread out in all directions. Naturally, it enveloped those insects and Wicked-Eyed Palace Master who were killing their way over. And then, the white-haired simple-looking old man who was watching the battle from afar was startled. He carefully looked over. At this moment, a fiery red bird appeared behind Dongbui Shuang. It spread its enormous wings and was emitting a fiery red stream of air. Cinnabar's inheritance? Illusory techniques? The white-haired simple-looking old man relaxed. It was hard for illusory techniques to be heaven-defying. It was even harder to deal against experts at the level of Wicked-Eyed Palace Master. According to what I know, Cinnabar's inheritance is at the Unity Realm. It should barely be able to affect those weaker 5th-level Star Pagoda experts. But the reality was completely different. Wicked-Eyed Palace Master had fallen into an illusory realm. He struggled and struggled out of the illusory realm before being pulled back in again. Monarch Qi, who could not resist against Dongbu Shui Ying's Cinnabar illusory realm at all. Wicked-Eyed Palace Master did not have any advantage over Monarch Qi, who in terms of the spirit, it was even slightly weaker. He had fallen into an illusory realm and could not control those venomous insects. Those venomous insects did not have any intelligence and were completely controlled by him. If they had intelligence, it would be easy for the enemies to target them. Chi chi chi, countless ripple strands immediately bound those venomous insects. At the same time, they bound Wicked-Eyed Palace Master. They permeated into the defenseless body of Wicked-Eyed Palace Master, sealing his soul. Dongbu Shuang immediately kept his aura. The god bird behind his back, Cinnabar, was also kept into his body. Wicked-Eyed Palace Master was directly flung onto the grass by the side by Dongbu Shuang. He had also woken up. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. Defeated? I was defeated just like that. I still have other techniques that I have yet to display. I have yet to let this Dongbu Shuang have a taste of my hex poison, and I am defeated. A battle isn't just about looking at one's strongest side. More importantly, one looks at one's weakness. Dongbu Shuang said, "To me, your spirit is your weakness." Strictly speaking, Wicked-Eyed Palace Master's spirit was not considered weak. He was considered average amongst 5th-level Star Pagoda experts. But facing Shuang, who had an extremely high talent in the Tao of Mirage, and had forcefully pushed the Vermilion Nightmare inheritance to the 6th-level Star Pagoda strength, Shui Ying's heart was his weakness if he could not resist against the illusory realm. Illusory realm, it directly targeted the soul. No matter how many techniques you had, how strong your fleshy body was, or how outstanding your killing moves were, if you could not resist against the illusory realm, your life and death would be in the hands of Dongbu Shuang. Illusory technique? How is this possible? Until now, Wicked-Eyed Palace Master did not dare believe that he would be defeated by illusory techniques. Furthermore, the opponent was similarly at the Unity Realm. Admirable, admirable. The distant simple white-haired old man said, "Cinnabar's inheritance shouldn't be this powerful at the Unity Realm, yet you could actually improve the power of Cinnabar's inheritance. In terms of illusory techniques, you are currently ranked first amongst Unity Realm experts in the 5 Great Sacred Worlds and Primal Chaos Void. A Unity Realm expert at the 6th floor of Star Tower, it was extremely rare to begin with. Before the rise of Dongbu Shuang, the Great Void Heaven Temple did not have such experts. Currently, in the 5 Great Sacred Worlds and Primal Chaos Void, there were no more than 10 Unity Realm experts at the 6th floor of Star Tower. Dongbu Shuang was the only one who had an extremely powerful illusory realm. As the number 1 expert at the Unity Realm in illusory techniques, he was indeed qualified. In front of Thunder Pagoda Master, this little technique isn't worth mentioning. Dongbu Shuang chuckled. Thunder Pagoda Master. His name was Lei Yan. His fame in the 5 Great Sacred Worlds and Primal Chaos Void was much greater than that of Dongbu Shuang. In the 3 Great Sacred Worlds, 7-Star Oceanic Sacred World, Eastern Unicorn Sacred World and Myriad Ancient Sacred World, there were a total of 5 experts at the 6th floor of Star Tower, including Dongbu Shuang. And Lei Yan was publicly acknowledged as the strongest Unity Realm expert in the 3 Great Sacred Worlds. He had fought with the true body of a primal chaos giant before, and had proven his strength several times in history. This isn't a little technique. Even I couldn't save this junior disciple brother of mine in time. Thunder Pagoda Master shook his head, but my junior disciple brother is also under Wuzu. Elder Dongbu can't kill him. Of course I know that. Dongbui Shuang nodded. The three great sacred worlds had teamed up to deal with the two great religions. There was an internal agreement that even if the higher-ups of the three great sacred worlds committed a grave mistake, they couldn't be killed directly. Instead, the two great superpowers would have to negotiate and decide the punishment. Others wouldn't dare to kill Dongbui Shuang, and Dongbui Shuang wouldn't dare to kill Wicked-Eyed Palace Master either. If he were to do so, if he were to break the unspoken rules of the three great sacred worlds, even the Great Void Heaven Temple wouldn't be able to protect him, and he would have to accompany him in death. Naturally, Dongbui Shuang wouldn't be so foolish. I won't kill him. Just like what he said himself. Dongbui Shuang grinned, he can be spared from death, but he can't escape punishment. I will also strip all of his treasures and let him taste the punishment of my Great Void Heaven Temple's punishment hall. Finally, I will send him back in one piece. Chapter 9:16. Wicked-Eyed Palace Master, who had his strength sealed, had a change in expression as he furiously said, Dongbui Shuang, don't go overboard. As an expert, he was not afraid of punishment. Witchcraft cultivators would do the same to themselves when they were experimenting, altering their bodies and even their souls. Although he was not afraid of punishment, taking away all his treasures had driven Wicked-Eyed Palace Master crazy. As a witchcraft cultivator, he naturally placed great importance on resources. Many of them were accumulated over a long period of time. Once they were taken away, it was as though he had lost half of his life. Dongbui Shuang glanced at him and was too lazy to speak. He just waved his hand. South Wicked-Eyed Palace Master, who was on the ground, disappeared. He had already been kept into his Eden treasure. Elder Dongbui. The white-haired old man in midair felt helpless as he said, it is not easy for us witchcraft cultivators to gather all sorts of resources for our experiments. If you were to take everything away, although you did not kill my junior apprentice brother, it would be equivalent to taking half of his life away. Why don't you take a step back? Take a step back? Thunder Pagoda Lord, although I respect you, you did not object when Wicked-Eyed Palace Master attacked me and said that he wanted to take away all my treasures and torture me. Dongbui Shuang sneered, why? Now that your junior apprentice brother has been defeated and is in my hands, you are anxious when I use the same method to deal with him. Thunder Pagoda Lord frowned slightly. Dongbui Shuang was an outsider after all. He naturally did not care about the suffering and torture. However, his junior apprentice brother had suffered such a huge loss. Most importantly, he, Lei Yan, was present. If this matter were to spread, many of Wu Zu's fellow disciples would probably think that he, Lei Yan, was incompetent as he allowed Dongbui Shuang to capture Wicked-Eyed Palace Master alive. Who would have thought that his illusion technique was so powerful that even Wicked-Eyed Palace Master could not withstand it? Thunder Pagoda Lord thought to himself. Even if he personally made a move, Wicked-Eyed Palace Master would use all sorts of methods to deal with it. He even had some life-saving treasures to resist. To capture him instantly? It was impossible. Unfortunately, Wicked-Eyed Palace Master encountered Dongbui Shuang, who was the #1 in illusion techniques in this era. Just the illusion alone can be cultivated to such a level. The Thunder Pagoda Master secretly shook his head. I've never heard of it before. Cinnabar's inheritance is indeed extremely powerful among the ancient cultivators, but it is far from this kind of power. The Master of the Dark Plane was indeed a genius expert among the ancient cultivators, but he only borrowed the innate talent of ancient cultivators to create a world and nurture the heavenly punishment edge. A Unity Realm expert was able to capture an expert like Wicked-Eyed Palace Master alive with just an illusion. It was simply unbelievable. How could he have known? Dongbui Shuang was already very monstrous in the Slaughter Dao and Ripple Dao. Back then, Forefather Tian Yu and the Sword Master both placed great importance on him. However, his talent in the Dao of Mirage was even higher. After obtaining the ancient cultivator legacy, Cinnabar's legacy, his illusions had been pushed to an extremely terrifying level. Although the Thunder Pagoda Master's heart was complicated, he still said, Elder Dongbo, you are making things difficult for me. After all, he is my junior brother. Who can he blame if he is weaker? What I am doing isn't considered bullying the weak. Dongbui Shuang said. A primal chaos realm giant dealing with a unity realm expert, or a cosmos god dealing with a primal chaos realm expert, could be said to be bullying the weak. Both parties were at the unity realm, and even the higher-ups under Wuzhu were embarrassed to say anything. Since that's the case. The expression of Thunder Pagoda Master turned cold. Then let me see how formidable this illusory realm of Elder Dongbo is. Haha, good. I also wish to compete with Thunder Pagoda Master. Dongbui Shuiying's eyes were filled with expectation. Lei Yan, Thunder Pagoda Master. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest Unity Realm expert in the three great sacred worlds. His strength was absolutely at the peak of the 6th floor of Star Tower. It was said that when he attempted to get to the 7th floor, he had killed more than half the destruction devils before failing. In addition, being a hex cultivator, he had many combat techniques. Even though there were quite a few Unity Realm experts in the three great sacred worlds who had reached the 6th floor of Star Tower, they were weaker by an entire level. Dongbui Shuang was slightly curious about his own strength. After cultivating in the ancient cultivation, his soul had become stronger, and he could unleash 15 sky punishment edges at his full strength. Dongbui Shuang felt that he was qualified to attempt the 7th floor. Thunder Pagoda Master could coincidentally test his strength. Very good. The white-haired Thunder Pagoda Master, who was dressed simply nonchalantly, said, "It has been a long time since I fought with a Unity Realm expert." Given his pride, he had fought with Primal Chaos Realm giants in the previous few battles. Thunder Pagoda Master extended his right hand. A black flame appeared in his palm. The flame, chi-chi sound was produced, causing the surrounding void to distort. He indifferently said, "I might be a hex cultivator, but I don't specialize in many things, Hong." Dongbui Shuang was too lazy to speak. He directly unleashed a ruthless move. A gigantic world of darkness descended from the void, completely enveloping the Thunder Pagoda head. The Thunder Pagoda head also raised his head and looked at the world that enveloped him. He was still very calm. The ultimate art of the world of darkness? But this dark world had a total of 2,700 membrane walls. Clearly, Dongbui Shuang had unleashed this dark world with his full strength the moment he arrived. This was the limit of what he could unleash, 2,700 layers of dark world. Dongbui Shuang was not afraid of killing the other party in a single move because he understood how strong this Thunder Pagoda Master was. The fleshy body of Thunder Pagoda Master was publicly recognized as the strongest Unity Realm expert. This included the other two sacred worlds, Ancient Sacred World and Ancestor Mother World. In terms of overall strength, Thunder Pagoda Master was the strongest Unity Realm expert in the three sacred worlds. But in terms of fleshy body, he was the strongest Unity Realm expert in the 5 great sacred worlds. By relying on the 2,700 layers of dark world, Dongbui Shuang wanted to see how strong the other party's fleshy body was. Hong, in the vast sky, the world energy was surging. At the moment when the 2,700 layers of dark world were formed, it was directly destroyed. The resulting world-destroying energy was completely used on the body of Thunder Pagoda Master. Following behind. After the dark world was destroyed, the appearance of Thunder Pagoda Master was revealed. The robe on his body was still intact. The flesh on his face was slightly damaged, revealing his bones. The injuries on his body were rapidly healing. Quite strong. Thunder Pagoda Master stared at Dongbui Shuang. One of his 2 eyes was damaged and was rapidly recovering. Even if Dark World Master was alive, he wouldn't be as strong as you. This move is at the level of the 7th floor of Star Tower. But if you were to attempt the 7th floor, you wouldn't be able to resist against the combined attack of those 10 destruction devils. Your fleshy body is very strong too. An enormous fiery red god bird, Cinnabar, suddenly appeared behind Dongbui Shuang. Cinnabar spread its wings, and it seemed to cover half the sky. A fiery red aura immediately spread out and enveloped the side of Thunder Pagoda Master. The illusory realm started invading Thunder Pagoda Master. Thunder Pagoda Master was different from the previous wicked-eyed Palace Master and Monarch Chi Hu. Since he was able to achieve this, he had naturally reached the third level of the Heart Realm, my heart as the world. Such a formidable illusory realm. No wonder wicked-eyed would fall for it. Thunder Pagoda Master frowned slightly. He could feel the waves of illusory realm assaulting him. Even though he was able to break it with his spirit and willpower, his heart energy was still being disrupted. I actually have to use 30% of my heart energy to resist against it. That's good too. I'll use a technique that consumes less heart energy. Elder Dongbua, receive a move from me too. Thunder Pagoda Master chuckled. Hong, 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 hong. One could see large lumps of flesh flying out from his body. After flying out, they rapidly condensed into many giants with exposed skin. Every giant had rock-like skin, and their faces were exactly the same as Thunder Pagoda Master. A total of 4 giants appeared. All of them were letting out a sky-shaking roar. The roar had even formed a shockwave that spread across more than 500 kilometers. Everywhere it passed, the oasis and grass were leveled. This was the sacred world. Just the roar alone had such power. Dongbua Shuang also knew of this technique of his opponent. Thunder Pagoda Master had cultivated his fleshly body to an unimaginable level. He could even separate a portion of his flesh and blood to form 4 giant bodies. The defense of the giant bodies might be slightly weaker than his original body, but their strength was much stronger than his original body. When each giant body was created, Thunder Pagoda Master had maximized the giant's close combat strength. Every single one of them could be considered to be at the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower. And this was merely one of the techniques that made Thunder Pagoda Master famous throughout the 5 sacred worlds. Chapter 9:17. After the 4 giants raised their heads and roared, they stared at the distant Dongbua Shuang. Immediately after, they transformed into afterimages. Although they were slower than the main body, they were still so fast that Dongbua Shuang was speechless. This Lei Yan's fleshly body is indeed worthy of being the strongest Unity Realm expert in the 5 sacred worlds. Even his giant body is so fast. Hong, the 4 giants arced through many arcs as they attacked Shuang from all directions. Their palms seemed as if they were sculpted from rocks. They either slapped over, clawed over, or hacked over. Even though their attacks had yet to touch Shuang, their power had already caused the surrounding space to shatter like a mirror with pu sounds, causing many cracks to appear. This was the power of absolute violence. They were all controlled by the Thunder Tower Master and could ignore the illusory realm. Humph! With a thought from Dongbua Shuang, countless ripples filled the void and rapidly entangled the 4 giants, causing their speed to decrease slightly. This caused Dongbua Shuang to shake his head. The power of the plate ripple diagram was still not enough. If it could be improved to the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower, it would be of great use. However, the wave domain was only a support. Dongbua Shuang's killing move was the Sky Punishment Edge. A ray of resplendent light appeared within the 12 illusory realms. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The 12 Sky Punishment Edges descended from the illusory realms. When they appeared, they were blocking the 4 giants. Moreover, every 3 Sky Punishment Edges attacked one of the giants. 12 Sky Punishment Edges. The confident Thunder Tower Master's expression changed when he saw this. Hong hong hong, the 12 Sky Punishment Edges clashed with the 4 giants. The 4 giants let out furious roars and waved their palms to receive the attacks. On one side was the Thunder Tower Master, who had cultivated the bodies of the 4 giants. On the other side was the purely offensive Sky Punishment Edges. There were a total of 12 of them. This was accompanied by a heaven-shaking boom. The shockwaves from the battle swept across 10,000 li. The shockwaves from the giants' palms swept across 10,000 li, or even more than 100,000 li. This wasn't because the giants' palms were stronger, but because the power of the heaven punishment blade was more restrained and condensed, while the giants' attacks were more violent. When the divine punishment blades dissipated, the 4 giants stood on the vast land. All of them had hideous wounds on their bodies, and some of the wounds had almost cut their bodies in half. However, they were recovering rapidly. And this land, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been reduced to ruins, and half of the oasis that had been brimming with vitality had been destroyed. This was the sacred world, and the shockwaves from the battle had destroyed the area spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was absolutely a battle between primal chaos giants. Naturally, it was a weaker primal chaos giant. For those who were slightly more experienced, it was very normal for the shockwaves of a battle to reach 1,000,000 kilometers in the sacred world. To be able to resist my 4 Tuluo giants, it is worth it for me to use my full strength. The Thunder Pagoda Master, who was standing far away, finally moved. Whoosh! He did not execute his famous domain technique because he was clear that Dongbui Shuang was definitely the strongest Unity Realm expert he had ever met. Ordinary techniques would be a waste of time. This is my strongest move. Take it. His voice transmitted into the ears of Dongbui Shuang. Thunder Pagoda Master had already turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared by the side of Dongbui Shuang. It was too fast. The distance between both parties was not too far, and in front of the terrifying speed of Thunder Pagoda Master, the effect was not any weaker than teleportation. If one said that the speed of the giant body surpassed his, then the speed displayed by Thunder Pagoda Master had caused Dongbui Shuang to sigh in shock. The difference in speed was too great. Being the strongest expert at the Unity Realm, for the sake of survival, the true body of Thunder Pagoda Master was extremely powerful in terms of speed and defense. Who? The palms of Thunder Pagoda Master were very white. They were ordinary as they slapped out at Dongbui Shuang. But one of his palms was faintly surrounded by lightning, and the other was faintly surging with flames. It seemed ordinary, and in terms of momentum, it was much weaker than the giant body. But this was the most terrifying move of Thunder Pagoda Master. His absolute art, Thunder Flames, was also the name he gave to others. It was said that when he was weak, he was obsessed with researching lightning and flames. He wasn't like other hex cultivators who researched a lot. In his early days, Thunder Pagoda Master mainly researched lightning and flames. Later on, he gradually researched the fleshly body. He combined the power of lightning and flames to create a fusion absolute art Thunder Flames, which was truly awe-inspiring. When his true body attacked, the other 4 giant bodies continued to roar as they charged over. Boom boom boom. Dongbui Shuang diverted his attention to unleash 12 sky punishment edges to obstruct the 4 giants. At the same time, black scales suddenly appeared on the surface of Dongbui Shuang's palms. His palms seemed to have turned into peerless ferocious beasts as they emitted an aura of slaughter. Following which, Dongbui Shuang's palms pierced forward like 2 swords. Selah, a pair of black-scaled palms met Thunder Pagoda Master's palms head-on. Thunder Pagoda Master's lips curled upwards as he intentionally met the palms. He was also an extremely prideful person, so why would he avoid it? At the instant of contact, Thunder Pagoda Master's palms changed from lightning to flames on his left hand, while his right hand changed from flames to lightning. This instantaneous change instantly erupted with terrifying might. On the other hand, Dongbui Shuang's palms were domineering and valiant. Indistinctly, a pair of gigantic front claws appeared and pierced forward together with Dongbui Shuang's palms. Peng, both parties collided. Dongbui Shuang couldn't help but stagger back 6 steps. Every step caused the ground to tremble. Thunder Pagoda Master, on the other hand, took a step back. He looked at Dongbui Shuang in astonishment. He can actually take my Thunder Flames head-on. At this moment, Dongbui Shuang stood there. His black-scaled hands were indistinctly enveloped by the gigantic front claws, emitting terrifying killing intent. I'm using the Imperial Dragon's claws to execute the apocalyptic 6th sword, yet I'm still at a disadvantage. Dongbui Shuang sighed inwardly. The most terrifying thing about the Imperial Dragon's inheritance was the pair of hands. If the toughness of the entire body's scales could be said to be comparable to a middle-grade Void Divine weapon, then the hands that were used as weapons could be said to be comparable to a high-grade Void Divine weapon. Furthermore, they had all sorts of mystical properties. Using them to execute the apocalyptic sixth sword was much more powerful than using a weapon. It could be said that, in terms of close combat, Dongbo Shuang had an advantage. He could definitely tear apart a giant in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, when facing Thunder Pagoda Master's strongest killing move, he was still at a disadvantage. However, Dongbo Shuang wasn't injured at all. Again. Thunder Pagoda Master wasn't willing to believe it and roared furiously. Boom! His true body charged over once again. The four giants also roared and charged over. With his powerful true body working together with the four giants, it was sufficient to suppress other Unity Realm experts. After all, no Unity Realm expert at the 7th level of Star Pagoda had appeared in the three great sacred worlds. Dongbo Shuang felt that he could attempt it, but at least he had not truly attempted to pass through the 7th level of Star Pagoda. Come at me. Dongbo Shuang also went berserk. A pair of black-scaled hands filled with a murderous and destructive aura welcomed Thunder Pagoda Master. Many sky punishment edges descended from the void. Dongbo Shuang would occasionally split out 4 to 5 sky punishment edges to coordinate with his body to attack Thunder Pagoda Master. After all, 8 sky punishment edges were sufficient to resist against the 4 giants. Working together with the sky punishment edges and his true body engaging in close combat, Dongbo Shuang was actually gradually gaining the upper hand. What? Thunder Pagoda Master was incomparably furious. Even though his fleshy body was strong enough to resist against the sky punishment edges, the power of the sky punishment edges was too great. He would be forced back by the impact, and his combat movements would be disrupted. In terms of techniques, Dongbo Shuang, who cultivated the laws and profound mysteries system, still had the upper hand. His palms would frequently land on the body of Thunder Pagoda Master. Peng peng peng, even though Thunder Pagoda Master was fearless, he was struck time after time. Humph! Thunder Pagoda Master suddenly retreated far away. The 4 giants immediately turned into flesh and flew towards him, fusing into his body. He coldly looked at Dongbo Shuang. He was too lazy to say anything. He simply waved his hand, causing thunder and fire to flash in his hand. He tore open a spatial passage and left with a step. Thunder Pagoda Master felt sullen. His offense was very fierce. The 4 giants were all powerful in offense. Working together with his stronger true body, he would always be the one suppressing others at the Unity Realm. But this time, Dongbo Shuang was attacking madly, and he could only rely on his body to resist. He left just like that. Dongbo Shuang still admired his opponent. He couldn't be considered to have won. He merely had the upper hand in terms of offense. His opponent's body was truly terrifying. It seems like with my current strength, I don't have the confidence to pass the 7th level. Dongbo Shuang thought, maybe according to my plan, I would have the confidence to pass the 7th level after researching that final killer move. He had reached his current level in both the Cinnabar Inheritance and the Imperial Dragon Inheritance. When the stone mirror guided him, it also guided the fusion of these 2 inheritances, forming a sinister black flower. From this sinister black flower, Dongbo Shuang was able to see the profoundness behind the fusion of the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter. If he were to fuse these 2 Taos together, he might be able to create a move that was even stronger than the apocalyptic 6th sword and sky punishment edges. There weren't any spectators in this battle. However, Wicked-Eyed Palace Lord was captured alive. Wu Zu's subordinates soon began their investigation. Naturally, they were able to see the scene of the battle. The moment they saw it, they were shocked. What? Dongbo Shuang isn't any weaker than Lei Yan? Terrifying illusory arts, sky punishment edges, close combat. Lei Yan could only rely on his body to fight against him. How can this be? The more people knew, the faster the news would spread. Dongbo Shuang had also reported the news. After all, he had captured an expert under Wu Zu's sect. When the Great Void Heaven Temple investigated, they were also shocked. Lei Yan was previously publicly acknowledged as the strongest Unity Realm expert in this era. However, because of this battle, Lei Yan wasn't the strongest anymore. Naturally, Dongbui Shuang wasn't the strongest either. None of them had an obvious advantage. Ha ha ha. Myriad ancient sacred world. Deep within a mountain, there was a small courtyard. The courtyard was filled with weeds. Within the courtyard, a silver-haired golden-horned man sat on a stone bench. His sword-like silver eyebrows twitched as he laughed complacently. His laughter reverberated within the small courtyard. In front of him, a scene appeared. It was the scene of the battle between Dongbui Shuang and the Thunder Pagoda Lord. As expected of the disciple of Gu Qi. Although I have only accepted one disciple, he is the strongest Unity Realm expert in the three great sacred worlds. My eyes are truly good when it comes to accepting disciples. The silver-haired golden-horned man was rather pleased. Chapter 9:18. There were very few who could cultivate to the final realm, Cosmos God realm. The number of cosmos gods in any sacred world could be counted with one's fingers. Like the ancestor mother world, there was only one ancestor mother. And the silver-haired golden-horned male was one of the two cosmos gods of the Voidwalker lineage, Gu Qi. The other was the founder of the Voidwalker lineage, Void Primogenitor. Gu Qi had once left behind his inheritance in the hometown cosmos of Dongbui Shuang, and Dongbui Shuang had also experienced the trials and cultivated the Voidwalker lineage. It was precisely because of his accomplishments in the Void Believer lineage that he had sufficient foundation to comprehend the four diagrams left behind by Emperor Jiuyan. Furthermore, he was able to pry into that faintly existing higher dimension world and grasp the ultra-long-distance teleportation technique. He has cultivated for a relatively short period, yet he could suppress Lei Yan. Oh. The silver-haired golden-horned male felt delighted, yet he could not find anyone to talk to. Teacher. The silver-haired golden-horned male transmitted. Wang. A figure condensed and turned into a black-robed green-haired male. This green-haired male had a pair of beautiful violet eyes. His entire being seemed like the void, and he was one with the world. He directly walked to a stone stool and sat down. Gu Qi, what's the matter? This green-haired male was none other than Void Primogenitor. He truly loved and pitied the masses, and he disliked those devils the most. You should know that my disciple is Dongbui Shuang. The silver-haired golden-horned male said. You came looking for me just for this matter? Void Primogenitor was slightly startled. This is a huge matter. He is my only disciple. Gu Qi glared. Void Primogenitor felt slightly helpless. Gu Qi, currently, Sacred Master is thinking of ways to kill you. Fortunately, you have Wu Zu's full protection. Otherwise, you would still be fleeing for your life. Sacred Master was furious. He swore to kill Gu Qi. He did not care about the price. Even the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World and Seven-Star Oceanic Sacred World could not protect him. Even though Jie Zhu was strong, unless Gu Qi followed Jie Zhu all the time. Therefore, in the end, only the Sorcerer Ancestor could help. The Sorcerer Ancestor's attainments in spirit designs were the best among the ultimate existences. With his help, Gu Qi was able to live a peaceful life. Of course, Gu Dai also paid a price. He had to cooperate with Wu Zu to carry out some experiments on the void. He wants to kill me. What can I do? Gu Dai leisurely poured wine for himself and his master. At most, I'll lose my life. I've traveled to countless places in my life, seen countless sceneries, and met countless experts. Even the Sacred Lord was defeated by me. Now I have the strongest disciple in the Unity realm of the three great sacred worlds. TSK, this life is really worth it. Your disciple and Lei Yan are equally matched. His attacks are slightly stronger, but Lei Yan's body has the advantage. Right now, he can't be considered the strongest of the three great sacred worlds, the Void Primogenitor said casually. How long has he been cultivating? Just wait and see. Soon, he will be number one, Gu Qi said proudly. The void primogenitor looked at Gu Qi's delighted expression and could not help but sigh inwardly. This disciple of his did not care about the fury of the sacred lord. If I could advance another step, Gu Qi wouldn't have to flee. In the end, I, as his master, am not strong enough. The void primogenitor thought. His attainments in the void were extremely high. After the death of Emperor Jiuyun, he became the expert with the highest attainments in the void. If he could advance another step to the second level, he could rely on his attainments in the void to fight against the sacred lord. In the past, for the sake of killing Emperor Jiuyun, Sacred Lord had to put in a lot of effort. It was only during the battle where the primitive ancient sacred world shattered that Emperor Jiuyun was heavily injured and eventually fell. Even until now, Sacred Lord had clearly guessed that Emperor Jiuyun's treasure was hidden in a certain time-space around the Nine-Cloud Great Land, but he could not find it. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. The void primogenitor said. Master, accompany me for a drink. Gu Qi said helplessly, for my only disciple to be so formidable, it is rare for me to be happy during my days of fleeing. It's a pity that I don't dare to tell others because I'm afraid of exposing that Snow Eagle is my only disciple, causing Sacred Lord to vent his anger on him. Thus, I can only look for you, Master. Fine, fine, fine. If you are happy, I'll accompany you for a few more cups. The void primogenitor shook his head. 7-star Oceanic Sacred World, Great Void Heaven Temple. Dongbua Shuang had already returned to the Great Void Heaven Temple. That wicked-eyed palace master was handed over to Ancestor Devil for punishment. As for the negotiation with the disciples under Wu Zhu, that was a matter for the higher-ups of the Great Void Heaven Temple to handle. Due to all sorts of grudges, all sorts of tortures and punishments had happened many times. As the three great sacred worlds had to face against the two great religions, they still stood on the same side and had a bottom line. Like the Void Primogenitor, Jade Light Master, and many others who hated evil as their enemies, they could only bear with the great devils under Jie Zhu and Wu Zhu. At most, they would punish and torture them harshly, making them suffer. Hong Shuang flew backwards, crashing into many mountain peaks, causing a chain of mountains to rumble and crumble. One could see 8 blood-armored destruction devils standing in midair. I've heard that Lei Yan has killed more than half the destruction devils when he challenged the 7th level. I've only killed 2 and can't hold on any longer. Dongbua Shuiying's body was being invaded by a large amount of blood energy. Even the black scales on the surface of his body had been permeated. He stared at the 8 destruction devils. At least in terms of challenging the Star Pagoda, I can't compare to Lei Yan. That's right too. Lei Yan's body is extremely strong. He can resist against the corrosion of this destruction energy from the destruction devils much better than me. He can definitely hold on for a longer period and forcefully exhaust more destruction devils to death. Dongbua Shuang understood this point. Actually, in terms of offense, his Sky Punishment Edge was slightly weaker than Thunder Pagoda Master's Lightning Flame Absolute Art. But because he cultivated the Cinnabar inheritance, his soul was incredibly strong. That was why he could unleash more than 10 Sky Punishment Edges, allowing him to make up for the quality. That was why his offense was slightly better by a level. If not for his soul being much stronger than the other party, not only would his body be weaker than the other party, even his offense would be weaker. I have to be stronger to get through the 7th level. Dongbua Shuang was slightly startled. In history, there were 2 who got through the 7th level of Star Pagoda out of the 6 great holy grounds. Using the words of Black Emperor, when he was at the Unity Realm, with the 4 great inheritances complementing each other, he had reached the 7th level strength. Those who could get through the 7th level of Star Pagoda at the Unity Realm were too talented. One had to know. The 7th level of Star Pagoda was considered not bad even amongst primal chaos giants. Heaven Weeping Sect Master was at this level. Dongbua Shuang, hurry over. Forefather Tian Yu's voice reverberated in the 7th level of Star Pagoda space. Yes, Forefather. Dongbua Shuang acknowledged. With the help of the Star Pagoda treasure spirit, Dongbua Shuang was able to expel the destruction energy from his body. He then immediately headed towards the usual residence of Forefather Tianyu. It was a slightly ordinary courtyard. Forefather Dongbua Shuang did not face any obstruction along the way. He arrived before Forefather Tianyu. Forefather Tianyu was currently fishing leisurely. The lake within the courtyard was just a few dozen meters wide, and he could see many fishes swimming around with his naked eyes. It is not bad for you to kill a portion of the destruction devils at the 7th level of Star Pagoda. Forefather Tianyu praised with a smile. Dongbua Shuang nodded. He understood the meaning of Forefather Tianyu. The 7th level originally consisted of 10 destruction devils working together. They were like one entity, attacking and defending as one. They were incredibly powerful, and if one's offense was slightly weaker, it would be impossible to break through the combined defense of 10 destruction devils. Dongbua Shuang was able to forcefully break through and kill 2 destruction devils. It meant that he had touched the boundary of the 7th level of Star Pagoda strength. If he improved a little more, he might be able to kill all the destruction devils. Neither arrogant nor rash. Take it slow. Forefather Tianyu was still looking forward to Dongbua Shuang. He then said, "Oh right, the reason why I summoned you over is because that teacher of yours has prepared a gift for you." "Oh?" Dongbua Shuang was startled. "Teacher?" "Gu Qi." Forefather Tianyu said. Chapter 9:19. As Forefather Tianyu spoke, he waved his hand. A silver hoop appeared in front of him and flew towards Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang was currently feeling complicated. Ever since he obtained the Voidwalker inheritance and became the disciple of Gu Qi, even though he had arrived at the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World, he had never seen his master Gu Qi again. Even Forefather Tianyu did not wish for him to have too much contact with Gu Qi, in case the Sacred Master would vent his anger on him. Wang! Dongbua Shuang grabbed the hoop and refined it. Naturally, the array within it was activated. An image appeared by the side of the hoop. It was the silver-haired golden-horned man. The only disciple of Gu Qi, is so powerful. I really wish to show off to the other old fellows. It's a pity that the matter of you being my disciple has to be kept a secret. It's not suitable for me to meet you. Once this trouble is over, we can meet again and have a few drinks. Cultivate well and don't slack off. Alright, let's not talk anymore. The silver-haired golden-horned man Gu Qi chuckled. Following which, the image in the air dissipated. Dongbua Shuang knew that this was a recorded image. After playing it once, it would dissipate without leaving any traces. Clearly, Gu Qi was still very careful. He inspected the interior of the hoop. This is... Dongbua Shuang was shocked. Within the storage space of the hoop, there were many treasures piled up. Dongbua Shuang was able to identify them one by one. He could easily determine that they were worth more than 6,000 Origin World rocks. Gu Qi saw the scene of your battle with Lei Yan and determined that you have cultivated Black Emperor's Cinnabar inheritance and Imperial inheritance. Thus, he helped you purchase all the external items required to reach the Primal Chaos Realm. Forefather Tianyu said, to be precise, he provided the Origin World rocks. After that, I purchased these treasures from the outside. After all, you have to be careful. If he took the initiative to purchase these treasures, the Sacred Master might suspect you. After all, you are a Voidwalker. Dongbua Shuang nodded. He determined that these rare treasures could help him cultivate to the 8 transformations of Cinnabar and the 8 transformations of Baron. Given Master Gu Qi's status, he must have seen these 2 legacies, which was why he knew what resources were needed. However, the Black Emperor had not spread the Cinnabar's 9 transformations and Baron's 9 revolutions to the outside world. Only those who truly cultivated the legacies and had obtained the approval of the Black Emperor would be taught the last part. Regardless of whether it was Gu Qi or Forefather Tianyu, they only had the chance to look at it, but they didn't have the talent to cultivate it. Ancient cultivation required talent. He would choose a suitable inheritance according to his talent. So many. Dongbui Shuang held onto the ring and felt that it was quite heavy. In just a short while, Dongbui Shuang had given him treasures worth over 6,000 origin world rocks. It's impossible for our great void heaven temple to directly bestow such a large amount of treasures. If you want to obtain them, you'll have to fight for them yourself. Forefather Tianyu shook his head. Guqi only has you as his disciple and he doesn't know how to teach his disciples. Since he wants to pass it to you, I can only pass it to you. You must cherish these resources. If you were to fight for them yourself, it wouldn't be easy for you to obtain them. Understood. Dongbui Shuang said, Forefather, I wish to ask where is my master now? He really wanted to meet him. In the myriad ancient sacred world. Forefather Tianyu said. Myriad ancient sacred world? Dongbui Shuang was startled. He had stayed in the myriad ancient sacred world for a long time, yet he didn't know that his master Guqi was in that sacred world. His troubles aren't small. It is Wu Zhu who is willing to protect him. Forefather Tianyu said, Brat, don't go and meet him. Even if you want to meet him, it's impossible for him to meet you. I'm just afraid of trouble. After all, Sacred Master is constantly thinking of ways to deal with Guqi. If you go over, you might be discovered. Dongbui Shuang obediently nodded. Even though he wanted to meet him, it wasn't the right time. In the following days, Dongbui Shuang went to the Palace Hall of Time to cultivate. He maintained 100-fold time acceleration. After all, it wasn't too expensive for him to cultivate at the Unity Realm. If he reached the Primal Chaos Realm, he wouldn't be willing to enter the Palace Hall of Time unless it was necessary. At the same time, he bought some materials to aid his cultivation. In the future, the stronger he became, the less effective the materials would be. Currently, it was more suitable for him to use them at the Unity Realm. He wanted to create a move that fused the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter according to that wicked flower formed by the stone mirror. Naturally, it was fine if he couldn't create it. Who knew, he might be able to step into the Primal Chaos Realm in one fell swoop. Time passed. Cough cough cough. Above the desolate mountain range, Dongbui Shuang stood there. His expression was pale. Large amounts of bloody wicked energy had permeated into his body. There were still 2 blood-armored destruction devils standing in the distance. They seemed to be looking at Dongbui Shuang with fear. You only know how to escape. If you are capable, fight me head-on. Dongbui Shuang said. You are being corroded by the destructive energy. The longer you stay, the more serious your injuries will be. Why should we fight to the death with you? Those 2 blood-armored destruction devils were both cunning. One of them was faintly discernible, and the other was hiding far away. Both of them had great survival and escaping capabilities, which was why they could escape until now. The other 8 had been killed by Dongbui Shuang. I've pushed the plate ripple diagram to the 6th level star pagoda strength, yet I still couldn't get through it. Dongbui Shuang felt his injuries. He shook his head inwardly. He had to rely on the star pagoda to suppress and expel the wicked energy. He could not hold on for too long by himself. The breakthrough of the plate ripple diagram had helped his overall strength significantly. If he were to fight with Thunder Pagoda Master again, Dongbui Shuang felt that he would gain a clear advantage. The plate ripple diagram was a domain. After the domain suppression was improved, it affected the strength of the destruction devils. Their escaping abilities were also affected, causing their overall combat power to drop. That was why Dongbui Shuang managed to kill 8 destruction devils. It's a pity that he only lacked the 2 craftiest ones. The 5 great sacred worlds and the primal chaos void were as calm as usual. Even though there were killings and battles happening everywhere, the highest level was still peaceful. The final realm existences were all in hiding. And within a slightly more mysterious palace hall. This palace hall was even more secretive than Emperor Julian's treasure cove. And now, many figures were gathered here. There was an enormous black circular stone table. Many figures were seated around it. There was Void Primogenitor, Blade Emperor, Forefather Tianyu, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, and a male with a huge snake coiling around his body. The male with the huge snake had a bare chest. He had an extremely handsome appearance. He chuckled, "My big sister is currently in closed-door cultivation. Thus, I'll be attending this gathering." There were a total of 2 cosmos gods in the Jade Light sacred ground. One was Jade Light Master, and the other was her brother, Great Emperor Cloud Serpent. Lord Lo Cheng doesn't like trivial matters. Thus, he isn't attending this gathering. Blade Emperor was a golden-robed male. He stood there, causing others to feel an unseen sharp suppression. He was also the strongest expert in the 6 great holy grounds. "This gathering in the Star Palace Hall will be hosted by me." The other 4 present were listening. Excluding Ancestor Bone, there were a total of 6 great holy grounds in the 2 great sacred worlds. According to logic, there should be 6 cosmos gods attending this gathering. It's just that Lord Lo Cheng would usually not appear.
Chapter 920. The rules of the Star Convention this time will be the same as usual. Saber Emperor indifferently glanced at the other 4. "Now, the problem is that each of us 5 sides will choose a candidate. The candidate must be approved by more than half of the people present. After all, they are here to help us choose a talented cultivator with enough talent and perception." The Star Convention. It was a grand meeting jointly organized by the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World and the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World. It was held once every trillion years. Anyone who had cultivated for less than 2 trillion years and reached the Unity Realm was qualified to participate. The reason why it was held, their goal was to find some genius cultivators in the vast sacred world. Although the sacred grounds usually accepted disciples, the requirements were very high, and the sacred world was just too vast. There were many weak cultivators in many places who did not have the chance to travel such a long distance to become a disciple of a sacred ground. There were some monstrous geniuses among them. Like the Sword Master, he did not receive any nurturing previously. He cultivated to the primal chaos realm within an epoch in his hometown cosmos. Once he entered the Great Void Heaven Temple and flipped through many books, he broke through to the Cosmos God realm in one fell swoop. There were many similar examples. Even if these geniuses that were left behind didn't have good conditions and didn't receive good nurturing, if they were able to overcome all the difficulties and cultivate to the Unity realm, once they entered the sacred ground and were nurtured, they would have a huge improvement. As for not being able to cultivate to the Unity realm in 2 trillion years, even if one's cultivation environment was bad, if one couldn't do it, they wouldn't be qualified to be considered a genius. They wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the Star Convention. There were 2 screening mechanisms for the Star Convention. The first was a competition of strength to determine the ranking. This was a competition of strength. The other possibility was that the Master Teacher Guild would arrange for 5 experts to observe the entire selection process and pick out those who were worthy of being groomed. After all, the purpose of the Great Assembly was to select monstrous geniuses. For example, if someone who had cultivated for 10 billion years fought against someone who had cultivated for 1 trillion years, even if their strength was slightly weaker, the potential of the person who had cultivated for 10 billion years would be higher. And this selection was purely based on the inner judgment of the experts. The power was too great. Hence, the 5 great holy grounds had to obtain the approval of the cosmos gods in order to select a candidate. That brat, General Axe, is currently roaming around.
I've asked him, and he's willing to be the master of this Star Convention. Devil Mountain Primogenitor was the largest one present. His entire body was covered in a black shell and his eyes were blood red. Does anyone have any objections? General Hatchet Palace Master? Of course not. No problem. It's rare for him to come. Great Emperor Cloud Serpent, Void Primogenitor, Forefather Tianyu, and Blade Emperor smiled and nodded. Few in the 6 great holy grounds reached the 9th level Star Pagoda. For instance, the Great Void Heaven Temple only had a Primal Chaos Hall Master, and the Primogenitor Island only had a General Hatchet Palace Master. For a Primal Chaos Realm to reach the 9th level, the difficulty wasn't any lower than a Unity realm reaching the 7th level. They could unleash strength close to a universe level with their primal chaos realm bodies. Clearly, he had researched more thoroughly than cosmos gods in certain aspects. Even cosmos gods were respectful towards these primal chaos existences who could get through the 9th level star pagoda level. Although the star convention was very important, it was still very rare for someone like General Hatchet Palace Master to be one of the 5 masters. My disciple, Qingxiu, is quite interested in the master of the star meeting, Emperor Cloud Serpent said. Qingxiu? She's a bit weak. Saber Emperor frowned. I think we should change the candidate. Island Master Clear Song's reputation isn't bad. At the very least, he'll be fair, the Void Primogenitor said. I'm afraid her foresight isn't good enough. Forefather Tianyu said. Choose another. Devil Mountain Primogenitor shook his head. 3 out of the 5 present objected. Clearly, this candidate had been rejected. Clear Song Island Master was the disciple of Great Emperor Cloud Serpent. He was a primal chaos realm giant who specialized in music, and his strength was on the 7th floor of Star Tower. Great Emperor Cloud Serpent was slightly startled. He helplessly said, then choose Violet Slaughter Island Master. And then, Forefather Tianyu nodded. Alright. Devil Mountain Primogenitor was straightforward. Violet Slaughter Island Master, not bad. Alright. The candidates were chosen very quickly. Primogenitor Island chose General Hatchet Palace Master, Void God Palace chose 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, Blade Emperor City chose General Heavenlight, and Great Emperor Cloud Serpent chose Violet Slaughter Island Master. Of which, General Hatchet Palace Master was at the 9th level Star Pagoda strength. 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, General Heavenlight, and Violet Slaughter Island Master were all at the 8th level Star Pagoda strength. The teachers chosen for the convention were usually at the 8th level Star Pagoda strength. It was rare for General Hatchet Palace Master to participate this time. Tianyu, who will be representing your Great Void Heaven Temple this time? All of them turned to Forefather Tianyu. I have a candidate. Forefather Tianyu said, he might be slightly weak, but I feel that he is more suitable. Who is it? Hurry up and tell us. You are still acting mysterious at this moment. The others urged. Forefather Tianyu said, our Great Void Heaven Temple has the strongest inner hall elder. Dongbui Shuang. He has killed a total of 8 destruction devils during the 7th floor of Star Tower, and he is just a short distance away from getting through the 7th floor of Star Tower. Dongbui Shuang. A Unity Realm expert. Blade Emperor frowned slightly, isn't he slightly weak? The Star Convention is a huge event, and those participating are all at the Unity Realm. The 5 teachers of the convention have huge authority, and I feel that a Unity Realm expert is still lacking to be a teacher of the convention. I feel that he is quite suitable. Devil Mountain Primogenitor's enormous body sat there. His blood-red eyes looked at Blade Emperor. This Dongbui Shuang is considered half a step into the 7th floor of Star Tower with his strength. In terms of understanding towards the Unity Realm, even 8th level Star Pagoda Primal Chaos Giants might not be able to compete with him. His eyesight is definitely sufficient. Furthermore, it is said that he has only cultivated for a few tens of billions of years. Being a genius cultivator, he might be able to pick out more talented cultivators. Half a step into the 7th floor of Star Tower? That means he has yet to step through. Great Emperor Cloud Serpent shook his head. If he got through the 7th floor with the strength of a Unity Realm expert, nobody would have any objections. But ultimately, he did not break through. His foundation is still lacking to be a teacher of the convention. Perhaps those Unity Realm geniuses participating in the Star Convention might seem respectful on the surface, but deep in their hearts, they might not respect Dongbui Shuang. Void Primogenitor, what do you think? Currently, there were 2 who objected, Blade Emperor and Great Emperor Cloud Serpent. There were also 2 who agreed, Forefather Tianyu and Devil Mountain Primogenitor. Finally, it all depended on Void Primogenitor. His eyesight is sufficient. He cultivates many different domains and has a deep understanding of the various great systems. I feel that he is quite suitable. Void Primogenitor said. He was still willing to help his disciples and grand disciples. Great Emperor Cloud Serpent was startled. He passed. All right, since all of you have chosen him, then it is decided. Blade Emperor frowned slightly, but I'm afraid some cultivators will be unconvinced this time. So what if they are unconvinced? Devil Mountain Primogenitor snorted coldly. All right, the 5 candidates have been decided. Blade Emperor nodded. He did not say anything else. Even though he felt that there would be some objections, the Star Convention was held once every trillion years. It had been held many times already, and this was ultimately just one of them. Since 3 out of the 5 great holy grounds had agreed, there was no reason for him to object. Hence, the 5 teachers in charge of the Star Convention this time were General Hatchet Palace Master, Violet Slaughter Island Master, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, General Heavenlight, and Dongbu Shuang. Old Ancestor Tianyu revealed a smile. Cultivating by oneself and being a teacher are different. This time, it is a rare tempering experience for Dongbu. He placed great importance on Dongbu Shuang. After all, he had 1 foot in the 7th floor of Star Tower. He was also doing his best to fight for this opportunity for Dongbu Shuang. Such tempering would be of great help to Dongbu Shuang's growth. The news spread rapidly. Blade Emperor City. In the most dazzling hall of a completely golden palace. A man in gray robes was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed in the hall. His entire body was emitting golden light, and it was as though he was made of gold. He was looking downwards as he shared some of his cultivation experiences. Numerous disciples were listening attentively. He was General Heavenlight, and his status in Blade Emperor City was considered high. Amen. General Heavenlight frowned. He already knew who the 5 teachers of this Star Convention would be. This time, he took the initiative to take on the responsibility because he wanted to make use of this opportunity to choose 1 or 2 disciples for himself. A Unity Realm expert is actually on the same level as us. General Heavenlight's eyes were filled with a strand of anger. In his heart, this was the supreme convention of the 2 sacred worlds to select talented cultivators, and the status of the teachers of the convention was so high that it made him unhappy. It's a pity that this was a decision made by the highest level cosmos gods, and he was not qualified to object. Chapter 921. Within the Palace Hall of Time within the Holy Ground Great Void Heaven Temple. On the peak of a tall mountain, Dongbu Shuang sat cross-legged. The wind was blowing against his robe. He was looking down at the great land and the vast starry sky. These few years, he had been consuming some supplementary materials and cultivating within the Palace Hall of Time. He wanted to fuse the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter into a move, but it's a pity that he did not manage to do so. Instead, his understanding of the primal chaos realm deepened. Everything became clearer in his understanding. Dongbu Shuang was certain that as time passed, his understanding of the primal chaos realm would improve. It was just a matter of time. The primal chaos realm is actually just a transition. Dongbu Shuang thought. Primal chaos realm, it was to break through the limits of the unity realm. Allowing this Tao path to be filled with endless possibilities was to break through the point of the limit and turn it into primal chaos. The primal chaos realm could give birth to endless possibilities. Eventually, it would form a cosmos, and that would be the final realm, Cosmos God. Actually, the essence of the primal chaos realm was like a piece of white paper. The Cosmos God was like a piece of art. The white paper was clean and filled with endless possibilities. Only then could one draw it. Naturally, it was extremely difficult to draw the most exquisite piece of art from it. This was also the biggest barrier in the many realms of cultivation. Only by drawing the most perfect could one become a cosmos. Nevertheless, it was difficult to create a piece of white paper. Because cultivating step by step from a weak point would leave behind too many traces. Just like the Void God Origin Birth Realm, there were many other profound mysteries mixed in, and it was impossible to turn it into a piece of white paper. Only by pursuing the pinnacle and purifying it completely, turning it into a single point. Only with the foundation of purification and unity would one be able to break through, turning it into a clean piece of white paper, primal chaos. Regardless of whether it was the realm of one's heart or cultivation, they were extremely profound. Hence, the majority of cultivation systems required one's heart to step into the primal chaos realm. If one's heart was not strong enough, one could not create this piece of primal chaos. Only with great determination and perseverance, and a deeper understanding of the Tao could one abandon the influence of the past. Dongbui Shuang thought. Abandoning the influence did not mean that one did not need them. If one did not need to comprehend, would it be easier for a mortal who had never cultivated before to grasp the primal chaos? It was obviously wrong. Instead, one had to first comprehend it, then break through its influence and transcend it. Only then would one be able to discover the blank piece of paper in which all Taos existed, chaos. No matter what kind of profound laws it was, no matter what cultivation system it was, they were all born from the primal chaos. Mastering primal chaos was extremely difficult. Otherwise, they would suddenly gain enlightenment and understand the primal chaos behind the unity realm. Either he became stronger and stronger, and as he became stronger and stronger, his foundation became deeper and deeper. Naturally, his understanding would become deeper and deeper. Dongbui Shuang was the second path. His Tao of slaughter, Tao of ripple, and Tao of mirage had all touched upon the primal chaos realm. Walker's hidden secret had also touched upon the primal chaos realm. He had reached this stage in all his Tao paths, and he was still trying to fuse them together. His accumulations were too deep, and naturally, his understanding of them would become deeper. A message came through. Dongbui Shuang was taken aback. Star Convention. Me? One of the 5 teachers. Dongbui Shuang was taken aback. The 3 great sacred realms and the 2 great sects were at war. This kind of battle was also a battle between experts. That was why the Eastern Unicorn's Sacred World and the 7-Star Oceanic Sacred World would jointly organize a star convention. They would find some talented cultivators scattered across the world and pull them into their camps before nurturing them. Those who did not receive proper nurturing would have higher achievements in the past 2 trillion years. The moment they were nurtured, their achievements would be even higher. Some of them might even reach the primal chaos realm. As long as there was a cultivator who could reach the primal chaos realm in every star convention, then the star convention would be worth it. The teachers of the convention, General Hatchet Palace Master, General Heaven Light, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, and Violet Slaughter Island Master are all at the primal chaos realm, and I am the only unity realm expert. Dongbui Shuang was clear that it was fine if the teachers of the convention had a high status. More importantly, half of the slots for the Star Convention were chosen by the teachers of the convention from the weaker juniors. This was sufficient to influence the fate of many Unity Realm geniuses. Dongbui Shuang. Forefather Tian Yu's voice reverberated in the surroundings. Forefather. Dongbui Shuang respectfully greeted. Becoming a teacher during the Star Convention is also a form of training for you. By then, those Unity Realm geniuses would also seek guidance from you. If the talented cultivators you choose are weak, it would mean that your judgment is bad. Forefather Tian Yu said, be it the selection or guidance, it would be a form of training for you. This is a rare opportunity and you must grasp it well. Furthermore, you are representing my great Void Heaven Temple this time. You must not throw the face of my great Void Heaven Temple. Yes. Dongbui Shuang immediately responded. The 5 teachers came from the 5 sacred grounds. This time, the great Void Heaven Temple wanted him to attend. Every single action of his represented the great Void Heaven Temple. Naturally, he had to do it beautifully. Right now, this was just the beginning of the preparations. There were still 1,000,000 years before the convention would be held. Actually, before the selection of teachers for the convention, many talented cultivators across the 2 great sacred worlds had been preparing for this star convention. Because the Star Convention would be held at a fixed time, once every trillion years. Some of the weaker cultivators did not have the chance to join the sacred grounds, but after a long time, they had broken through to the Unity Realm. They wanted to make use of this opportunity to enter the sacred grounds and obtain nurturing from them. It was relatively easy to participate in the convention. As long as one was qualified, he could register with the 7-Star Oceanic Pavilion or the Eastern Unicorn Hall before entering any of the major cities in the 2 great sacred worlds. By then, the sacred grounds would naturally arrange everything. Time passed. Many young Unity Realm cultivators who were filled with hope began registering for the Star Convention. The Star Convention was held by the 6 great sacred grounds, and even cosmos gods would pay attention to it. But there was an unspoken rule: disciples from the sacred grounds were forbidden from participating. After all, the selection of talented cultivators this time was for those who were scattered across the lands and did not receive proper nurturing. Some of them had poor cultivation conditions, and could barely obtain some absolute arts. Some of them could enter some primal chaos superpowers. But the primal chaos superpowers could not compare with the sacred grounds. For instance, the Black Emperor Palace. Even though the Black Emperor was amazing, he could only guide those he specialized in. As for those he did not specialize in, he could only collect some absolute art scriptures. How could the scriptures he collected compare with the Great Void Heaven Temple, Primogenitor Island, and other sacred grounds? Furthermore, the sacred grounds had cosmos gods and a group of primal chaos experts. Be it cultivation guidance, absolute art scriptures, treasures and resources, they far surpassed the primal chaos superpowers. Naturally, the disciples sent by the primal chaos superpowers would definitely be much better than those loose cultivators. It's a pity that during the selection, Dongbui Shuang and the others who had the same strength and cultivation period were more inclined towards the loose cultivators. Hong, in front of him, there was a huge illusory world. There was a vague black flower forming within, though it barely formed before collapsing. It still doesn't work. Seated cross-legged on the mountain peak, Dongbui Shuang softly shook his head. If I don't create this move, it is impossible for me to get through the 7th level of Star Pagoda. His Mirage, Slaughter, and Ripple Dao absolute arts were at the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower. Cinnabar's inheritance made his soul stronger, allowing him to unleash more sky punishment edges, causing his combat power to soar. The Imperial Dragon inheritance made his body stronger, allowing him to resist against the corrosion of the wicked destructive energy, allowing him to last longer. Even so, he could only kill 8 of the 10 destruction devils on the 7th level, and he could no longer improve any further. Dongbui Shuang was clear. The first difficulty in getting through the 7th level was to break the alliance of 10 destruction devils. It was hard to break their alliance of offense and defense. If he could break it, it meant that he had touched upon the strength of the 7th level. After breaking the alliance, he would have to kill them one by one. The survival capabilities of the destruction devils varied, and those with weaker survival capabilities were easier to kill. Hence, 1, 2, 3, the further one went, the stronger their survival capabilities would be, and the harder it would be to kill them. Even though Dongbui Shuang had only killed 8 of them, and only 2 were left, the difficulty was getting higher. He would most likely have to double his strength before he could kill the final 2. Even a small increase in strength was useless. No wonder those who got through the 7th level at the Unity Realm are highly respected. Dongbui Shuang sighed inwardly. It is indeed difficult. It was normal for primal chaos experts to get through the 7th level. That was too abnormal for a Unity Realm expert to get through the 7th level. They would definitely reach the primal chaos realm, and the moment they broke through, they would reach the 8th level. As time passed, they would naturally become peak experts amongst those at the 8th level, and there was a high chance of them stepping into the 9th level. As for reaching the final realm, Cosmos God, that would be somewhat illusory. It is time to set off. Dongbui Shuang, who was seated cross-legged on the mountain peak, stood up. Because the Star Convention would begin in a few months, and as one of the 5 teachers of the Star Convention, it was time for him to set off for the venue of the convention, the Blade Emperor City. Chapter 922. Hong Long Long, the space distorted and collapsed. The disturbance was huge. Two figures walked out side by side. One was Dongbui Shuang, and the other was the silver-haired, silver-robed, black-skinned Inquisitive Sky Hall Master. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master might have kept his aura, but his senses were sharp enough. Ordinary primal chaos giants could discern that this was merely an incarnation of Inquisitive Sky Hall Master. When the Star Convention was held, experts from the 6 sacred grounds of the 2 great sacred worlds would attend. Usually, there would be at least one primal chaos expert. Because this time, the teacher of the Great Void Heaven Temple was Dongbui Shuang, a Unity Realm expert, they sent another expert to be in charge of the convention, the incarnation of Inquisitive Sky Hall Master. Actually, most of them were just incarnations. Reaching the level of primal chaos experts, unless there was an important matter that required them to kill an extremely powerful enemy, they would only act with their true bodies. For ordinary meetings with friends or attending the convention, they could just send their incarnations. This is my first time coming to the Blade Emperor City. Dongbui Shuang looked afar. There was an incomparably huge city there. Under the law suppression of the sacred world, it was hard for him to see the outline of the entire city with his current strength. But according to the intelligence, the Blade Emperor City was 6,800 billion kilometers long and wide. It was considered common in the primal chaos void. But in the sacred world, it was a terrifying city. This was also the biggest city in the 2 great sacred worlds. Hong Hong Hong, there were layers of arrays revolving above the Blade Emperor City. It was constantly causing the world energy to surge like a tidal wave. Countless colorful lights surged in all directions. Under the illumination of the sun high in the sky, the Blade Emperor City was even more dazzling. It isn't ordinary, right? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master chuckled. For the sake of constructing this Blade Emperor City, Blade Emperor has paid a huge price. It is said that even Wu Zhu and Lord Lo Cheng have contributed to it. There are even unique treasures protecting the city. Even if Sacred Master were to kill his way here and destroy the entire Eastern Unicorn's sacred world, the Blade Emperor City would remain stable. After all, it is the #1 superpower of our 2 great sacred worlds. Dongbui Shuang nodded. Even though the Great Void Heaven Temple had a deep foundation, it was still lacking when compared to the Blade Emperor City. Come, let's go in, Inquisitive Sky Palace Master said. With a single teleportation, the 2 of them arrived at the east gate of the Saber Imperial City and entered the city. In just a few moments, experts from the Saber Imperial City came to welcome them, and arranged accommodations for Dongbui Shuang and Inquisitive Heaven's Palace Lord. The 2 luxurious cave abodes were where Dongbui Shuang and the Inquisitive Sky Palace Master stayed during the Star Convention. Inquisitive Sky Palace Master, Elder Dongbo, I have also arranged some servants in your caves. If you have any trivial matters, feel free to instruct them. A purple metal man with 3 blades on his back said, if there's anything important, send me a message directly. I'll have to trouble Commander Chiu Dao, Inquisitive Sky Palace Master said indifferently. It's my duty, Commander Chiu Dao said with a smile. Then I won't disturb the 2 of you. Commander Chiu Dao immediately turned around and left, quickly teleporting far away. Inquisitive Sky Palace Master looked at Commander Chiu Dao's teleportation and said, Dongbui, this time, you have become one of the 5 teachers of the convention. This has already caused some objections, so you should be even more cautious when choosing talented cultivators. After all, you are not only representing yourself, but also our Great Void Heaven Temple. I understand, Dongbui Shuang nodded. The old ancestor had given him this position as a form of training for him. When he did things, he naturally couldn't let the Great Void Heaven Temple lose face. There were still more than 3 months until the convention. Dongbui Shuang had already received the list of cultivators participating in the Star Convention, as well as the information about them. Because the registration deadline was 1 year in advance, and the organizers had already arranged for experts to sweep through the cities of the 2 sacred worlds, bringing all the participants to Saber Imperial City. More than 16,000, Dongbui Shuang looked at the list of names. After a long period of silence, he began to walk around Saber Imperial City. He wanted to experience this ancient city, as well as eat some of the famous delicacies. On this day, Snow Dragon Restaurant. This was an extremely famous restaurant in Saber Imperial City. It used a special method to raise snow dragons, and used the blood of the snow dragon as the main ingredient to make snow dragon wine. There were also snow dragon meat, snow dragon tongue, snow dragon liver, and various other ingredients that were cooked using different cooking methods. Over the years, it had made a name for itself in Saber Imperial City. Even though Saber Imperial City was huge and had many restaurants, it could still be ranked in the top 1,000. Cultivators also needed resources to cultivate, but where did the resources come from? Other than adventuring, killing, and fighting, this business of cooking delicacies was also a way to earn resources. There were many special ancient cultivators that were extremely talented in cooking delicacies. Amen. Dongbua Shuang tasted the pieces of fragrant and translucent snow dragon meat. He ate until his eyes squinted. This is absolutely ranked in the top 100 delicacies I've eaten. Mn, when I break through to the primal chaos realm and can use ultra-long distance teleportation publicly, I'll bring Jing Qiu, Yu, Qing Yao and the others over to have a taste. Woo! It's delicious. Let me try the snow dragon liver. This piece of snow dragon liver is really soft. It's so soft that it softens my heart. It's truly delicious. The stronger one was, the more scenery one could see. Of which, eating delicacies was also considered a type of scenery. A wine flask fell onto the ground. The wine spilled all over the place, and the lid even rolled to the side. Seated at a corner, Dongbua Shuang could not help but look up. Not far away, there were 3 cultivators at the table, and it was rare for them to be at the Unity Realm. At this moment, a simple-looking green-robed male stood up. His expression was pale. Seated there was a golden-robed young man and a beautiful girl. This girl was faintly filled with charm. Being at the Unity Realm, you actually knocked the wine flask off the table? The golden-robed young man shook his head. Brother Fu Jun, you can't even take this little blow? You can actually cultivate to the Unity Realm with this little heart realm? The simple-looking green-robed male had a pale expression. He stared at the golden-robed young man and the beautiful girl. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His voice was trembling. Yen, why is it like this? The girl in front of him, she was the true love of his heart. She was someone whom he was determined to be together with for life. He was willing to give up his life for her, and the time he spent together with her was a joyous one. Fu Jun, I'm sorry. After meeting Sun Yi for the past few days, I've already determined that he is my true love. The red-robed beautiful girl muttered, you and I are both cultivators, and you should know that feelings cannot be forced. We should separate when we need to. I believe that with your cultivation heart realm, you should be able to adapt very quickly. Adapt? The simple-looking green-robed male looked at the girl. How am I inferior to him? I've cultivated for a shorter period than him, and I'm stronger than him. I will definitely enter the holy ground in this star convention. We have known each other for countless years, but what about you and him? We have only known each other for 1,000 years. Could it be because his father is Xinghui Emperor? This has nothing to do with Xinghui Emperor. When meeting true love, don't talk about 1,000 years, even a year is enough. The red-robed beautiful girl shook her head. The simple-looking green-robed male looked at the golden-robed young man. Xinghua Sun Yi, I treated you as my brother. But I never expected that you would be so ruthless. Forget it, forget it. I hope that you won't let Yen down. If you do, I will definitely not let you off. Brother Fu Jun, the golden-robed young man shook his head. Firstly, it was your wife who seduced me in the dark. Fu Jun was stunned. The red-robed beautiful girl beside him was also stunned. She even controlled her magic to isolate the surroundings. As for Dongbua Shuang, who was seated at the corner, he became interested. Within his law domain, how could this girl's strength obstruct his investigation? Secondly, after she was seduced, I immediately investigated through my Xinghua God Palace. I even investigated her past. Including you, she has already had 3 Dao companions. If I were to be included, it would be the 4th. The red-robed beautiful girl was astonished. Fu Jun was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Powerful cultivators had extraordinary mental states. Once they thought of themselves as Dao companions, they would rather be alone for the rest of their lives. Even if they had some special encounters that moved them, they might have a second Dao companion. But it was unheard of that true Dao companions would change 4 times in a row. This could only mean that they had ulterior motives. There were indeed such cultivators who would intentionally seduce others to become Dao companions, forcing them to sacrifice themselves for them. After all, Dao companions would not change even in death. Just like how Dongbui Shuang had risked his life for his wife. He had even paid a large amount of origin world stones without any regrets. And intentionally deceiving others to become Dao companions would allow one to obtain a large amount of resources. You. Fu Jun looked at the red-robed beautiful girl in front of him. Don't listen to his nonsense. The red-robed beautiful girl said. She felt regret in her heart. In the past, she fancied the potential of Fu Jun and thought of ways to seduce him. But this time, she met the young master of the Xinghua God Palace during the Star Convention. One had to know that Xinghua Emperor was famous. He was a great expert at the 9th level Star Pagoda strength, and even the Holy Grounds did not dare to slight him. How many resources did the young master of the Xinghua God Palace have? But it far surpassed Fu Jun Yen. You still want to quibble in front of me? Why, I will arrange for an expert to come over and investigate your past. How about that? The golden-robed young man held his wine cup and said indifferently. The red-robed beautiful girl turned pale when she heard that. You are indeed the Xinghua young master. You are ruthless enough. I am convinced that I lost in your hands. The red-robed beautiful girl immediately stood up and left. She did not even look at these 2 males. The golden-robed young man smiled at Fu Jun. Brother Fu Jun, you should thank me. Chapter 923. The plainly dressed Fu Jun stared blankly at the red-robed beauty who was walking out of the restaurant. He was still in disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? We're screwed this time. The red-robed beautiful woman walked out, feeling sullen in her heart. She was extremely careful and cautious. Even if she tried to seduce young Master Xinghua in the dark, she only hinted at him slightly at the start and didn't leave anything behind. It was only after 1,000 years that she was certain that young Master Xinghua had taken the bait that she truly kicked him out. She even purposely said that she couldn't let Lord Fu be too sad and purposely stalled for time until now. I didn't expect that young Master Xinghua had been faking it all this time. In fact, his faking was even better than mine. The red-robed beauty silently mused to herself. She could be considered a veteran, yet she had not seen through young Master Xinghua's disguise at all. In fact, in the legends, young Master Xinghua had never had a Dao companion before and only knew how to cultivate. Who would have thought that he was even better at disguising his emotions than her? So be it if you fail. Let's see if you can enter the Holy Land during the Star Convention this time. If you fail, you will have to change your identity. The red-robed beauty, Yen, secretly calculated. She was quite decisive. To her, seducing people was just a way to obtain resources for her cultivation. Inside the restaurant, Fu Jun suffered a huge blow. Previously, he thought that his Dao companion only had a change of heart. Who would have thought that all these years had been a pretense and deceit? It was all fake. Brother Fu Jun, she is intentionally lying to you. Why are you still immersed in it? The golden-robed youth laughed as he poured some wine. Come. Let's drink. Now I know that she was just pretending in the past, but can she really transcend just because she wants to? Fu Jun smiled bitterly. Brother Sun Yi, I know that you have good intentions, and you have indeed helped me avoid even greater troubles in the future. But, in my heart, I secretly wish that you had never pointed it out. The golden-robed youth was slightly taken aback. If it's true, how good would that be? Fu Jun turned his head and walked out. The golden-robed youth sat there alone and poured himself a cup of wine. His gaze was distant as he muttered to himself, if it's true. He poured himself one glass after another and drank silently. Only when he was done did he pay the bill and leave. In the corner, Dongbo Shuang, on the other hand, was watching everything that was happening. As one of the 5 teachers of the convention, he had long since received the name list and information regarding the participants of the Star Convention. Naturally, he knew these 3 people. Fu Jun, cultivated for 320 billion years. Rogue cultivator. Adventuring outside. Not long after reaching the Unity Realm, he met Ni Yen and became Dao companions with her. Ni Yen, she had cultivated for 1 trillion years and was also an itinerant cultivator. Now, it seemed that she was an extremely cunning cultivator who liked to seduce other experts to become Dao companions, thereby cheating them of their resources. Among the cultivators, there were all kinds of evil demons. Naturally, there were also those who deceived others. Xinghua Sun Yi, cultivating for 530 billion years, his background is huge. The previous 2 were loose cultivators, but Xinghua Sun Yi was the son of the famous Xinghua Emperor. Because of his father's bloodline, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, and the speed at which he stepped into the Unity Realm was even faster than Dongbo Shuang, in just 8 billion years. But after that, his strength rose at an extremely slow pace. After all, his father was a primal Chaos Realm giant, and he could only reach the Unity Realm by relying on his bloodline cultivation system. Because his status was high enough, there was a lot of information regarding Xinghua Sun Yi. From young to old, there were a lot of records. According to the records, he had never had a Dao companion before. He only knew that he was immersed in cultivating in the Xinghua God Palace. It's a pity that his strength was ordinary. Interesting. Truly interesting. Dongbo Shuang looked at the departing back of this golden-robed young man. A person who has never had a Dao companion and only knows how to cultivate actually caused that person called Ni Yen to stumble. It seems that there are many unknowns that have yet to be discovered. Dongbo Shuang became interested in this young master Xinghua. Naturally, no one present could recognize Dongbo Shuang's identity. Because as the teacher of the convention, those with some background would know who the teacher of the convention would be. The moment he was recognized, it would be troublesome. Thus, Dongbo Shuang had to change his appearance and conceal his aura while walking in the Blade Emperor City. Blade Emperor City, within one of the many cavern dwellings that were specially used to receive important guests. Father. Xinghua Sun Yi returned to his cavern dwelling. A black-haired male was currently seated alone in the courtyard. He had a majestic figure. Even sitting there, he was taller than Xinghua Sun Yi by a head. Just by emitting a small amount of aura, he was able to obstruct the operation laws of the sacred world. Wherever he was, the laws of the sacred world would have to retreat. Xinghua Emperor was famous for being cold and tyrannical. But in front of his son, this coldness and tyranny was much weaker. Sun Yi. Xinghua Emperor said, "You are the son of Xinghua. This time, I have invited you to participate in the Star Convention. I hope that you will not embarrass me. Your big brother has already gotten through the 5th level Star Pagoda. I don't have a high requirement for you. Just get through the 3rd level Star Pagoda." "I can't do it," Xinghua Sun Yi calmly said. "You can't even do this? I can give you any cultivation resources you want, yet you can't do it?" Xinghua Emperor was slightly furious. "Unless you still haven't forgotten that illusory wife of yours?" "How could I forget? How could I forget?" Xinghua Sun Yi stared at his father. "I can't forget. If you feel that I will embarrass you, I can give up right now and not participate in the Star Convention." Xinghua Emperor was stunned. He had no other choice. That was why he forced his son to participate in the Star Convention. He hoped that his son would try his best in this gathering where many experts would gather. Go. Xinghua Emperor did not say anything else. Xinghua Sunyi turned around and left. Xinghua Emperor sat there silently. He was filled with regret. He had 2 sons. His youngest son had an extremely high talent. Even though he cultivated the bloodline system, he had also cultivated the ancient cultivation system. His youngest son specialized in the illusory realm in the ancient cultivation system. Cultivating both great systems at the same time, the ancient cultivation system was only slightly slower than the bloodline cultivation system. He spent 300 million years to step into the void god realm, and that made Xinghua Emperor ecstatic. The bloodline cultivation system depended on the father, but the ancient cultivation system had a high requirement on comprehension ability. Even though the father was formidable, and the children's comprehension ability would not be too bad, it still depended on the children themselves. But his son could become a void god in the illusory realm in 300 million years. He did not care about the price to find a precious treasure that could cultivate the illusory realm. It was worth a total of 10,000 origin world rocks. It was called the Boundary Stone. The Boundary Stone would naturally produce an illusory realm within. Furthermore, it was an extremely exquisite illusory realm. The illusory realm formed would be different every time. Studying it would allow one to study all sorts of profound mysteries of the illusory realm. After his son obtained it, he would frequently send his consciousness into the Boundary Stone to experience many illusory realms. Those illusory realms were extremely mysterious. The internal law system was comparable to that of a miniature cosmos. Furthermore, it would be different every time. Hence, after cultivating for 2.6 billion years, his son Xinghua Sunyi had reached the unity realm in the ancient cultivation system. But following that, something happened, the Boundary Stone. The illusory realm was too real. The worlds formed within were filled with countless life forms. They were just like the real world. They had spirituality, emotions, gratitude and grudges. It was precisely because it was sufficiently real that the operating law of this illusory realm was comparable to that of a miniature cosmos. But his son, Xinghua Sunyi, had fallen in love with a girl within the illusory realm. Even though he knew it was fake, Xinghua Sunyi treated it as a child at the start. After all, he had experienced too many illusory realms and all sorts of emotions. This was also the reason why he was good at disguising. But even though he knew it was fake, as time passed, Xinghua Sunyi still fell into it. Because everything was too real. It had touched the inner heart of Xinghua Sunyi. He fell into it. He did not wish for it to end. He had always been living with that girl in the illusory realm. They had even become Tao companions. He had even thought of ways to let his wife live longer. In the illusory realm, his wife had indeed become stronger and lived for a long time. But ultimately, it was just an illusory realm. This illusory realm would eventually collapse, and the Boundary Stone would automatically create a new illusory realm. No, when the illusory realm collapsed. When his wife disappeared in front of him. Even though he had told his wife everything in the end, and she understood that she was a part of the illusory realm, she had accepted it. But Xinghua Sunyi could not accept it. The world in front of him collapsed. All living beings were destroyed. Even his wife was destroyed within. No, at that moment, Xinghua Sunyi had gone completely mad. Chapter 924. AI. Seated in the courtyard, Xinghua Emperor sighed, how good would it be if I did not give the Boundary Stone to Sunyi in the past? This son of his was practically crippled. He had thought of many methods, yet they were all useless. Because the heart injury had seeped into the essence of his soul. Even after sealing his memories, his son, Xinghua Sunyi, had a disgust towards cultivation from the depths of his soul. He was no longer willing to cultivate. He had even invited some primal chaos giants who specialized in the illusory realm to help him weave an illusory realm. It was futile to guide him through the illusory realm. If he wanted to cure the heart disease, he had to weave a similar illusory realm world. But other experts could not replicate the illusory realm world created by the boundary stone in the past. He had even asked several cosmos gods, yet the answer was the same. The heart injury had seeped into the essence of the soul, and it was too hard to recover. Like some transcendents, they would not be able to recover because of some huge setback. And Xinghua Sun Yi was a unity realm genius. He was too powerful, and he specialized in the illusory realm. Such an expert would not easily be affected in his heart. But the moment his heart was truly injured, it would be 1,000,000,000 times harder to recover. It could even be said that external force was useless. There was only one way, to rely on Xinghua Sun Yi himself. But how difficult was it to struggle out of this quagmire? I have always kept him by my side. Maybe I am wrong. I should borrow this star convention to let him go out and adventure. Who knows, there might be a miracle. Xinghua Emperor thought. He was powerful, yet he could not do anything when facing his son. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the star convention. So. Dongbua Shuaing and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master flew side by side in the sky of the city. Many figures could be seen flying in the same direction. Within the Blade Emperor city, under the suppression of the unseen array, only those at the Unity Realm could fly. The layout of the venue for the Star Convention is not bad. Dongbua Shuaing could already see the huge venue. This venue was located close to the Star Pagoda. Because the location of the Star Pagoda was fixed, the Blade Emperor city could only set up the venue in a relatively vast region. By controlling space, one could discover that the venue, which was 500 kilometers wide, had been forcefully twisted into a 500,000 kilometers wide venue as one flew closer. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, Elder Dongbua, please. An expert immediately led the way. After approaching the venue, most people were forced to land quickly and had to enter through the main entrance. As for Dongbua Shuaing and Inquisitive Sky Palace Master, they were led to a towering platform in the distance. There were a total of 11 seats in the center of the platform, and a large number of seats on both sides. Elder Dongbo, please. Everyone's seats were already reserved. There were 11 seats at the center of the high platform. Seated at the centermost seat was the host of the Star Convention this time, Heart Imitation Religious Master. There were only 2 9th-level Star Pagoda Primal Chaos experts in the entire Blade Emperor city, and Heart Imitation Religious Master was one of them. Actually, with his identity and status, it was rare for him to host the Star Convention that happened once every 1,000,000,000 years. Nonetheless, there was a 9th-level Star Pagoda Strength General Hatchet Palace Master amongst the teachers of the convention this time. Since General Hatchet Palace Master was here, as the host of this event, Saber Emperor City naturally couldn't lower their head. Hence, Heart Imitation Religious Master personally came to host this event. To the left of Heart Imitation Religious Master were the 5 teachers of the convention. They were General Hatchet Palace Master, Violet Slaughter Island Master, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, General Heavenlight, and Dongbua Shuaing. To the right of him were the Primal Chaos guests that came from the Holy Grounds like Inquisitive Sky Palace Master and the experts from the Star City. Other than the 11 seats at the center, there were some seats by the side for Primal Chaos giants that came from non-holy grounds. Even someone as powerful as Imperial Lord Xinghua, because he wasn't a member of a sacred land, was only able to sit at the side. This was the rule of the previous Star Convention. Only experts from the 6 great holy grounds could sit at the center. General Hatchet, who would have thought that you would come to be a teacher of the convention this time? Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled. Heart Imitation Religious Master had a strange appearance. His face was thin and long, and his facial features were slightly ugly. But his aura was warm, and even those who were picky about appearances would feel joy from the bottom of their hearts when they saw him. It is time for me to come out and have a walk. I won't be able to find an opportunity to break through if I keep cultivating in closed-door cultivation. General Hatchet said. This final step is indeed hard for me to take. Heart Imitation Religious Master shook his head. He was once an outstanding cultivator, and was the most dazzling cultivator of an era. He was also one of the only two in the history of the 6 great holy grounds who had gotten through the 7th floor of Star Tower. He had also improved by leaps and bounds at the primal chaos realm. He was so confident that he even created a religion and spread his Tao wantonly. Countless cultivators worshipped him and obeyed his orders. Nevertheless, after reaching the pinnacle of the primal chaos realm, the 9th level Star Pagoda, he stagnated here. Even though he knew that his attainments in certain aspects weren't any weaker than Cosmos Gods, if he did not take that final step, there would ultimately be a qualitative difference between him and Cosmos Gods. On the high platform of the Star Convention, the primal chaos giants were chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. The majority of them knew each other. As for Dongbui Shuang, he sat by the side of the central host seat. He remained silent. Because the person beside him was General Heaven Light. General Heaven Light's body was faintly covered in golden light. He was emitting a slight pressure that suppressed Dongbui Shuang by the side. This caused Dongbui Shuang's expression to change slightly. He isn't even restraining his pressure and is deliberately suppressing me. General Heaven Light was at the 8th level Star Pagoda strength. His pressure was relatively tyrannical. Dongbui Shuang directly controlled his law domain to forcefully obstruct the other party's pressure. One was suppressing, and the other was resisting. The relationship between both parties became even stiffer. A brat at the Unity Realm thinks he is qualified to stand on the same level as us? General Heaven Light glanced at Dongbui Shuang from the corner of his eyes. He was too lazy to look at him anymore, and was even more too lazy to speak. He was famous for being tyrannical even amongst primal chaos giants. He would directly berate and suppress some of the weaker primal chaos giants, much less those at the Unity Realm. In his eyes, Unity Realm experts were ants. Even his own disciples from Blade Emperor City were trembling in fear when facing General Heaven Light. Who would have thought that a Unity Realm expert would stand on the same level as him? General Heaven Light felt slightly embarrassed. It's a pity that this was decided by the Cosmos Gods, and he could not do anything about it. But for him to welcome Dongbui Shuang with a smile? That was impossible. Fellow cultivators. A warm voice reverberated across the entire venue as if it was ringing in the soul of everyone. Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled as he began explaining the origin of the Star Convention and the rules of it. The process of the Star Convention was simple. First was the primary selection. More than 16,000 talented cultivators participating in the Star Convention would attempt the Star Pagoda. According to their results, the treasure spirit of the Star Pagoda would judge and select the top 100 strongest cultivators. The treasure spirit was absolutely fair. It was still able to rank the cultivators based on their strength. And the teacher of the convention would have 1,000 years to observe these talented cultivators. These talented cultivators could also come and seek guidance from the teacher of the convention. During this 1,000 years, the teacher of the convention would observe them thoroughly before picking out those who were weaker but filled with potential. Each teacher would pick out 20 of them. There would be a total of 100 of them. Through the selection of the teachers and the Star Pagoda, a total of 200 would be chosen. These 200 cultivators were qualified to enter the Holy Ground. But under such circumstances, they were ordinary disciples. After the primary selection, these 200 cultivators would be provided with resources, absolute art scriptures, guidance from experts, and others. They would cultivate for 10,000 years. Naturally, they would cultivate in a place where time was accelerated. In reality, they would cultivate for a total of 1,000,000 years. Even though the time was short, if they did not have good resources or guidance in the past, and had sufficient accumulation, most would be able to improve in this 1,000,000 years. Whether they could improve or not would depend on their potential. After the primary selection, they would cultivate for 10,000 years. After cultivating, these 200 cultivators would battle, and the top 5 would be decided through battle. Furthermore, after the battle ended, they would have to attempt the Star Pagoda once again. According to their results in the Star Pagoda and their performance during the final battle, the teacher of the convention would have a total of 10,000 years to observe them and even personally guide them. After 10,000 years, the final decision would be made and another 5 would be chosen. A total of 10. These 10 were the most outstanding geniuses chosen by the convention. They would be bestowed with resources and would be nurtured by the holy ground. Furthermore, they could choose to join any holy ground. Finally, the 5 teachers of the convention would give a public lecture on the Tao to many cultivators. After all, this was a supreme convention where geniuses were chosen, and many cultivators would come to spectate. This public lecture on the Tao was also a form of help to those loose cultivators. After the public lecture on the Tao, the entire convention came to an end. At the venue of the Star Convention, there were more than 16,000 talented cultivators below. They had rushed over from various sacred worlds and primal chaos void to participate in this Star Convention. Other than them, there were also a large number of cultivators spectating the convention. Just the residents of Blade Emperor City alone numbered in the billions. There were also those who specially rushed over. They were as dense as a sea, and they occupied 90% of the entire venue. Look, there is actually a Unity Realm cultivator up there. This is weird. They should all be primal chaos giants. Why is there a Unity Realm cultivator? Many cultivators spectating the convention looked at the high platform. On the platform, Dongbu Shui Ying's position was extremely conspicuous. I heard that there is a Unity Realm expert amongst the teachers of the convention this time. At that moment, some of the more well-informed people began speaking. Chapter 925. Unity Realm? Don't speak nonsense. I have seen many star conventions in the Blade Emperor City, and every time, the teacher of the convention would be a primal chaos giant. Since when could a Unity Realm expert become a teacher of the convention? One has to know that those participating in the convention are all at the Unity Realm, and they are even geniuses. Letting a Unity Realm expert be their teacher? Right, I have never heard of it before. I have a regular customer at my restaurant who is a disciple of the Blade Emperor City. He was the one who told me that the teacher of the convention this time is at the Unity Realm, and his name is Dongbu Shuang. He is from the Great Void Heaven Temple. The Great Void Heaven Temple's Dongbu Shuang. Various places began discussing. After all, they were ordinary cultivators. Their information was more isolated, and only those who had cultivated for a long time and were famous enough would know of it. For instance, Dongbu Shuang rose too quickly, and few of these ordinary cultivators knew of it. Only within the Blade Emperor City, some of their good friends were disciples of the Blade Emperor City. Only then would they understand the news. As they discussed, 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, they gradually gained some understanding of it. I've heard that in the 6 great holy grounds, in this current era, this elder Dongbu is considered the strongest Unity Realm expert, and is qualified to be the teacher of the convention. The strongest Unity Realm expert of the 6 great holy grounds? So what? The teachers of the convention are usually primal chaos giants, and it is said that ordinary primal chaos giants are not qualified. Only the strongest are qualified. Isn't it a joke for a Unity Realm expert to take on the role? Can his foresight be compared to the other 4 teachers? It's slightly lacking. What's the point of us talking about it here? These ordinary cultivators were discussing. If one said that they were instinctively fearful of primal chaos giants, then they were not fearful of Unity Realm experts. After all, Unity Realm experts were quite common. Letting a Unity Realm expert take on the role of a teacher of the convention was something these ordinary cultivators were unconvinced of. The primary selection of the Star Convention soon began. Dongbu Shuang and the rest were all seated high up. There were also delicacies and good wine. As for the 16,000 genius cultivators below, they were all heading towards the Star Tower at the side of the venue in order to explore. The Star Pagoda would control the flow of time so that the battles could proceed faster. But even if it was accelerated by 100 times, only a few thousand cultivators would pass through in a single day. After all, they were thinking of ways to kill as many destruction devils as possible. Fortunately, they performed better in the Star Pagoda, allowing their rankings to be higher. First, the Firehorn Withered Tree. Second, Ka Senior. In the void next to the Star Tower, names appeared one by one. The list kept increasing, and the rankings kept changing. Clearly, the artifact spirit of the Star Tower was giving a new ranking based on every new cultivator who had passed the Star Tower. The rankings would definitely be made public. Firstly, it was fair. The second was to stimulate those genius cultivators. Thirdly, those at the bottom of the rankings also understood how far behind they were. After all, those who were qualified to come were all genius cultivators. In the past, they had seen very few geniuses, so they thought that they were extraordinary. The Star Convention this time would be a great stimulation for them. 5 days. The preliminaries, the Star Pagoda selection had ended. A detailed name list had been arranged. And then, Dongbua Shuang looked up at the densely packed name list by the side of the Star Pagoda. The 3 brats I saw previously, Wu, the sons of Xinghua Emperor, their rankings are quite ordinary. That one called Fu Jun was ranked relatively high at the 126th rank. But he seemed to lack some luck. If he could kill his way into the top 100, he would be able to pass through the preliminaries without the teachers of the convention choosing him. Ni Yan, ranked 1932. Xinghua Sun Yi, ranked 3663. Ranked over 3000. Dongbua Shuang shook his head inwardly. That time, he coincidentally met 3 Unity Realm cultivators. He was most interested in that young master Xinghua. Though his ranking was too ordinary, his ranking is so low. The preliminaries only select 200 cultivators. The possibility of him passing through the preliminaries is negligible. The Star Pagoda would select 100, and the 5 teachers of the convention would select 100. There would only be a total of 200 cultivators. 3663. Xinghua Emperor, who came to spectate from the high platform, frowned slightly. He sighed inwardly. This ranking was truly low. One had to know that those who came to participate were not disciples of the holy grounds. Most of them were rogue cultivators who roamed the world. There were very few who had a huge background. This son of his was considered to have good cultivation resources, yet he was only ranked this way. The son of Xinghua Emperor would only be evaluated lower when the teachers of the convention chose him. The Star Pagoda selection had ended. Countless ordinary cultivators who came to spectate began to leave. After all, the teacher selection would take 1,000 years, and cultivation would take another 10,000 years. In other words, the next public battle would be held 11,000 years later. On the high platform, one by one, they stood up and left. 5 teachers. Heart Imitation Religious Master took the initiative to speak to the 5 teachers of the convention. The Star Pagoda selection has ended, and there is a ranking. In a while, their battle videos will be sent to you. You have to choose well. Your choice will determine the fate of these geniuses. Big Brother Heart Imitation, rest assured. We will naturally be cautious and choose those with great potential. General Heavenlight said. Elder Dongbua, don't throw the face of your great void heaven temple. 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor said coldly. 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor was draped in a black robe. He emitted a cold aura, and his voice was cold and sharp. General Hatchet Palace Master by the side was startled. The beautiful Violet Slaughter Island Master was also slightly startled. These words were truly overboard. Dongbua Shuaying's expression changed slightly. Honestly speaking, he originally had a good impression of 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor because the other party was a member of the Void God Temple. The Void Primogenitor was his teacher. It was fine if General Heavenlight did not treat him well, but this 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor spoke so viciously, and there was a group of primal chaos giants around. If he were to reveal his identity as a Voidwalker, the attitude of 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor might change. But because Sacred Master had always wanted to chase after his teacher, Guqi, Dongbo Shuang would not deliberately reveal his identity as a Voidwalker. There is no need for you to trouble Five-Luster Serpent Ancestor. Dongbo Shuang said, since the various cosmos gods have chosen me, they naturally have their reasons. Humph! Five-Luster Serpent Ancestor snorted before turning around and leaving. Actually, Five-Luster Serpent Ancestor's reputation outside was not bad. He could be considered as someone who hated evil like an enemy, though he was relatively cold. But being a void creature, he was used to the strong and the weak. In his opinion, the Unity Realm Dongbo Shuang was not on the same level as them at the Primal Chaos Realm. He naturally did not like him, and was too lazy to give him any face. The various cosmos gods have chosen you. Don't disappoint them. General Heavenlight looked at Dongbo Shuang with a smile that did not seem like one before leaving. Dongbo Shuang did not say anything. Suddenly, he felt a hand landing on his shoulder. This startled Dongbo Shuang. He immediately turned over. General Hatchet Palace Master was thin and white. Even though he had two fangs, it gave others the feeling that his body was weak. He chuckled, there are all kinds of tempers among cultivators. Don't mind the two of them too much. General Hatchet Palace Master. Dongbo Shuang bowed. This was not the first time he met General Hatchet Palace Master. The other party was on the same level as Black Emperor and Primal Chaos Hall Master. Dongbo Brat, I stand by your side too. The beautiful violet-robed, Violet Slaughter Island Master chuckled. Her voice was melodious, I do not like that Heavenlight either. In the future, if you are stronger than him, you must teach him a good lesson and help me vent my anger. Heart Imitation Religious Master was still present by the side. He felt slightly awkward when he heard that because General Heavenlight was from their Blade Emperor city. Fellow cultivators, let us go. Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled. At the same time, he gave a friendly smile to Dongbo Shuang. Chapter 926. Night. Dongbo Shuang sat alone in the courtyard. There were battle projections in front of him. They were the battle projections of those talented cultivators challenging the Star Pagoda. There were female attendants by the side, helping to boil and pour wine for him. He held the wine cup and lightly drank a mouthful. His body is quite strong. He should be from the strongest warrior system. Dongbo Shuang observed and evaluated in his heart, being a teacher of the convention isn't an easy task. Just watching the battle images of more than 10,000 genius cultivators and analyzing and evaluating their strength was not easy, let alone considering their background, origins, and age. Even though most of them were instantly eliminated, there were still over 1,000 that needed to be carefully considered. They had their own cultivation experiences, different strengths, and different areas of expertise. This person actually only got through the first level of Star Pagoda. Too weak. Dongbo Shuang was instantly eliminated. Even if his cultivation conditions were bad, and he did not have any absolute art, as long as his comprehension ability was high enough, he should not be at the bottom of the first level after reaching the Unity Realm. This time, there were over 10,000 talented cultivators. There was one who got through the fourth level of Star Pagoda. His name was Zhangqiong Tianyun. He cultivated for 1.2 trillion years and was purely a loose cultivator. He had never received guidance from any formidable experts. He had long attracted the attention of the 6 great holy grounds. After all, if not for the countless scriptures and resources provided by the Great Void Heaven Temple, Dongbo Shuang might not have such achievements even if he cultivated for 1 trillion years. Of course, it was possible that his achievements were higher than Zhangqiong Tianyun's. There were a total of 392 who got through the third level of Star Pagoda. There were a total of 4,018 who got through the second level of Star Pagoda. The remaining were all those who got through the first level of Star Pagoda. After all, they were at the Unity Realm, and it was impossible for them to not get through the first level. Elder. A guard walked in from outside the courtyard. He respectfully reported, "Monarch Hidden Dragon is seeking an audience with you outside the residence. Hurry up and invite him in." Dongbui Shuang hurriedly said. He then reacted. He stood up and took the initiative to walk out. In his heart, he was muttering, "This is the biggest problem in choosing talented cultivators." The 6 great sacred grounds were very cautious in accepting disciples, and there were too few of them. The Star Convention was a rare opportunity to enter the 6 great sacred grounds. Once they entered, even if they couldn't obtain any resources, it would still be an invisible life-saving talisman. After all, once the enemy heard that they were disciples of the 6 great holy lands, they would be afraid. If their statuses were high enough, even cosmos gods would not easily kill them, much less primal chaos existences. As for the 5 teachers, what kind of status did General Hatchet Palace Master have? General Heavenlight, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, and Violet Slaughter Island Master were all extremely strong existences at the 8th level Star Pagoda Primal Chaos Realm. It was too difficult to seek their help. On the surface, Dongbui Shuang, who was only at the Unity Realm, seemed to be the easiest to defeat. I have long given the order to not meet any Unity Realm experts. Dongbui Shuang thought, but I can't possibly not meet Primal Chaos Realm experts. He could be considered the strongest Unity Realm expert in the 6 sacred grounds. The other Unity Realm experts were not to be seen because it was not targeted at an individual, but all Unity Realm experts. Those Unity Realm experts who wanted to see him would not be too angry. But it was different for Primal Chaos Giants. They were already giving a lot of face by personally paying a visit to a Unity expert. If they were to reject him, they would be going overboard. Fortunately, there are very few talented cultivators who have a Primal Chaos Realm Giant behind the back of the Star Convention. There are even fewer who came to visit me. I can count them with my fingers. Dongbui Shuang thought. It was still fine to deal with them since there were few of them. At the entrance of the residence, there stood a seemingly wooden male. He seemed ordinary, and his aura was completely hidden. If one did not know him, one would not think that he was the famous Monarch Hidden Dragon. Even though Monarch Hidden Dragon did not rely on any sacred ground superpower, he had taken the initiative to head to the boundary of the void. He had killed many destruction devils and was extremely valiant, earning the admiration of many Primal Chaos Realm giants. He was straightforward, loyal, and did not care about his life for a promise. Dongbui Shuang admired him a lot too. Monarch Hidden Dragon. Dongbui Shuang greeted. I have disturbed Elder by coming. Who would have thought that Elder would take the initiative to welcome me? Monarch Hidden Dragon chuckled. It is my honor for Monarch to come and meet me. How would I dare to slight you? Monarch, please. The other party was being courteous. Naturally, Dongbui Shuang would not put on airs. He welcomed Monarch Hidden Dragon into the cavern dwelling. The two of them sat down in the courtyard. A female attendant had prepared a wine set by the side and poured some good wine for Monarch Hidden Dragon. You can withdraw first. Dongbui Shuang ordered. Yes. The female attendant retreated. Monarch Hidden Dragon chuckled, I know Elder is very busy now. I shall not waste your time. I came here hoping for Elder to help me with something. He is here. Dongbui Shuang grumbled inwardly. Please say. Dongbui Shuang said. This time, there was indeed a disciple of Monarch Hidden Dragon who participated in the Star Convention. He was ranked over 600. It's just that he had cultivated for a long time, a total of 1.8 trillion years. Furthermore, he was personally taught by Monarch Hidden Dragon. Hence, those ranked in front were naturally more qualified to be chosen. He is called Chen Xiong. Monarch Hidden Dragon said. Ah! Dongbui Shuang was startled. Chen Xiong. This wasn't Monarch Hidden Dragon's disciple. It was another rogue cultivator without any background. He is the personal disciple of an old friend of mine. Monarch Hidden Dragon sighed, my old friend is only at the Unity Realm. This time, I brought my disciple here. When I saw this little fellow Chen Qiong, I immediately recognized his relationship with my good friend. It's a pity that my good friend has already died. He was the disciple that my good friend took in before his death. When my good friend died, this little fellow had only just become a true god. After that, he relied on himself to cultivate until now. I have tested him before. His potential and comprehension are above that of my disciple. Hence, I shamelessly came here, hoping to give this little fellow a chance. Chen Qiong. Dongbua Shuang naturally remembered this little fellow. His ranking was very low. He was ranked 2001st. However, his cultivation time was extremely short. He had only cultivated for a mere 80 billion years. As a rogue cultivator, his cultivation time was not even 100 billion years. It was already very shocking. His cultivation time is very short. In this star convention, in terms of cultivation time, he is ranked second. Dongbua Shuang said, although his ranking is slightly lower, his potential is extremely high. Even if Monarch Hidden Dragon didn't look for me, the possibility of him being chosen by the 5 teachers of the convention is extremely high. I know. If his potential isn't enough, I wouldn't have come. Monarch Hidden Dragon said, I'm just afraid of an accident. After all, there are many geniuses this time around. I will study it carefully. If I can help, I will do my best. Dongbua Shuang didn't say anything definite. After all, he had not seen the majority of the battle recordings of these genius cultivators. All right. Monarch Hidden Dragon stood up and smiled, then I shall not disturb you any further. Dongbua Shuang immediately sent Monarch Hidden Dragon off. This Monarch Hidden Dragon sure is easy to talk to. After the other party left, Dongbua Shuang continued to watch the battle recordings in the courtyard. I thought that he would come to persuade me for his disciple. To think that he is actually the disciple of an old friend. Furthermore, he is someone with extremely high potential. Because a full 1,000 years had passed. Some of those who wanted to persuade Monarch Hidden Dragon were not in a rush. Instead, on the first day, Monarch Hidden Dragon visited 5 teachers of the convention, asking them to help him pay attention to Chen Qiong. And the last teacher he visited, General Hatchet Palace Master, said directly, "Ha ha ha, Brother Hidden Dragon, rest assured. I will directly choose this brat Chen Qiong. This time, I took the initiative to become a teacher of the convention because I want to find 1 or 2 disciples. I quite like this brat Chen Qiong. If fate allows it, he might become my personal disciple." Monarch Hidden Dragon was instantly delighted. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't need to look for the other 4 teachers of the convention. But after thinking about it, he discovered that Chen Qiong's battle style was indeed similar to General Hatchet Palace Master. You don't have to worry about Chen Qiong. It's just that your own disciple seems to have ordinary potential. General Hatchet Palace Master shook his head. How can all of them be amazing? Monarch Hidden Dragon did not seem to care. And in the following days, there were 2 consecutive primal chaos giants who came to visit Dongbua Shuang. It's just that the talented cultivators they wanted to ask for help were far inferior to Chen Qiong in terms of potential. Furthermore, according to the judgment of Dongbua Shuang, they could not even enter the top 300. Even though he had decided to exclude them in his heart, he did not say anything on the surface. Still, he did not agree to it. A month after the Star Convention was held. Elder, Xinghua Emperor has come to visit. Even the protector did not dare to say the words seeking an audience. Xinghua Emperor. Dongbua Shuang was greatly startled. This was an existence at the 9th level Star Pagoda strength, and even Cosmos gods had to treat him politely. Bitter. That son of his has cultivated for a longer period, yet his ranking is too low. Dongbua Shuang felt bitter in his heart. He already had a good impression of Xinghua Sun Yi before the convention. It's just that the other party's performance was too ordinary. In terms of potential, he was ranked outside the top 1,000. Chapter 927. Dongbua Shuang cried bitterly in his heart, but he still went to the entrance of the cave to welcome him. "Greetings, Emperor," Shuang added. But he was clear that it was not just him. Even Heaven Weeping Sect Master and the others had to be respectful when facing Monarch Xinghua. Just like how he could easily slaughter many Unity Realm experts, even though the gap between the Primal Chaos Realm was not as exaggerated as Unity Realm. Although the gap between Primal Chaos Realm experts was not as wide as the gap between Unity Realm experts, Xinghua Emperor and Primal Chaos Hall Master could kill ordinary Primal Chaos Realm experts in a single move. "Elder Dongbua, there's no need to be so courteous." It was rare for Xinghua Emperor to be so courteous. After all, he was famous for being cold and tyrannical. "Emperor, please." The two of them came to the courtyard and sat down. Xinghua Emperor said with a frown, "This time, I do have something to trouble Elder Dongbua." Dongbua Shuang muttered in his heart. What kind of identity did you, Xinghua Emperor, have? If he was truly willing to force his son into a holy ground superpower, be it the Great Void Heaven Temple, Primogenitor Island, Blade Emperor City, or any other holy ground superpower, they would all be willing to befriend Monarch Xinghua. Why did you need to participate in the Star Convention and ask for my help? The Star Convention was an open convention, and the name list he chose had to be made public. Xinghua Sun Yi had cultivated for more than 500 billion years. He was ranked in the 3600s, and he was the son of Xinghua Emperor. In terms of potential, he was unquestionably ranked outside the top 1000. If it was strictly judged, he would be ranked outside the top 5000. If his potential was ranked in the hundreds, it was fine if he was chosen. But for someone ranked outside the top 5000, he would definitely be mocked if he was chosen. Dongbua Shuang was not willing to do that. Because I am the easiest to persuade among the 5 teachers? Dongbua Shuang felt helpless, but he could not be rude on the surface. I hope that Elder Dongbua will not spread this matter. After all, it is a shameful matter. Xinghua Emperor said. Dongbua Shuang thought to himself. So you also know that it's shameful and shameful? He even told him not to spread the news. Once he made his choice, everyone would know. Listen to me carefully. Xinghua Emperor said in a low voice, my son, Sun Yi, besides the bloodline cultivation system, also cultivates ancient cultivation. After all, I am only at the primal chaos realm, and my son's bloodline cultivation system is at most at the unity realm. Thus, he is quite diligent in his ancient cultivation. In just 300 million years, he has reached the void god level in ancient cultivation. What? Dongbua Shuang was shocked. 300 million years? Even if he had a powerful master to guide him, this kind of speed was too terrifying. The golden-robed disciples of the Great Void Heaven Temple had been stuck at the true God ruler realm for a long time. Even though the laws and profound mysteries system was relatively harder, it was too heaven-defying for an ancient cultivator to reach the void god realm in just 300 million years. I was incomparably excited at that time, thinking that it is possible for my son to reach the primal chaos realm in the future. For both father and son to reach the primal chaos realm, that would be a wonderful story. Xinghua Emperor gave a self-mocking laugh. At that time, I did not hesitate to exchange for treasures and obtained the unique treasure, the Boundary Stone. Boundary Stone? Dongbua Shuang felt his heart move. This was a supreme treasure for cultivating the illusory realm. He wanted to get it too, but firstly, the price of this unique treasure was ridiculously high. Secondly, it was unique. I forgot to tell you. My son specializes in the illusory realm in the ancient cultivation system. Xinghua Emperor began describing in detail, by relying on the Boundary Stone, his cultivation has indeed soared. In just a short 2.6 billion years, he had stepped into the unity realm in the ancient cultivation system. But, Dongbua Shuang listened carefully. As he listened, he became dumbstruck. He actually fell in love with a girl from the illusory realm, and even fell into it, becoming Dao companions with her. Hearing Xinghua Emperor's description, Dongbui Shuang could imagine how Xinghua Sunyi was suffering when that girl knew she was a part of the illusory realm and calmly faced death. When the illusory realm collapsed, everything was crumbling. His true love was crumbling too. How mad would Xinghua Sunyi be? I've asked cosmos gods before, and they all said that my son's heart injury has permeated into his soul. It is hard for external forces to save him, and he has to rely on himself. Xinghua Emperor said, I came to find Elder Dongbui. I know that you are the strongest genius in the illusory realm since the primitive ancient sacred world until now. Hence, I want to ask Elder Dongbui if you have any methods to save my son. He was the strongest genius in the illusory realm in the primitive ancient sacred world until now. What identity did Xinghua Emperor have? What he said was logical. Currently, those at the Unity Realm who could fight against Dongbui Shuang in the illusory realm could be counted with one's fingers. But the others were all ancient cultivators and relied on their talent. And before Dongbui Shuang got the Cinnabar inheritance, he merely cultivated in the laws and profound mysteries system. He forcefully pushed the Tao of Mirage to this level, and after getting the Cinnabar inheritance, he easily improved on Cinnabar's inheritance. Was improving it easy? Not at all. Why could Dongbui Shuang do it? It was because the difficulty of reaching the 6th floor of Star Tower by relying on his talent in ancient cultivation was different from reaching the 6th level in the Tao of Mirage. The laws and profound mysteries system required one to research the essence of the system and grasp the operating laws and profound mysteries. Then by relying on the Tao of Mirage, one could create all sorts of absolute arts. But ancient cultivation was different. Ancient cultivation did not require one to comprehend it completely. As long as one could execute it, it would be a success. There was no need to delve into all the profound mysteries behind it. Hence, the laws and profound mysteries system and the hex cultivation system were famous for being hard to cultivate. But they were also famous for being powerful. Most Unity Realm experts of these two great systems would only reach the 3rd level Star Pagoda strength. Ancient cultivation relied more on talent and inheritance. Those who were heaven-defying were extremely heaven-defying, and those who were weak were very weak. Hence, in history, Dongbui Shuang was the only Unity Realm expert who could reach this stage in the illusory realm. He was the only one who had researched the laws and profound mysteries of the illusory realm. Furthermore, he cultivated for a very short period, just a few tens of billions of years. It was logical for Xinghua Emperor to say that he was the strongest genius in the illusory realm in the history of the primitive ancient sacred world. If he knew that Dongbui Shuang was close to stepping into the primal chaos realm in the Tao of Mirage, he would likely be more excited. Dongbui Shuang's attainments in the Tao of Mirage were clearly higher than what Xinghua Emperor knew. You are a cultivator of the laws and profound mysteries, and you specialize in the illusory realm. Xinghua Emperor looked at Dongbui Shuang. I'm just trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. I have no other way. That is why I'm asking if Elder Dongbui has any ideas. Boundary Stone. Dongbui Shuang softly shook his head. How can you use it so casually? Even though you can research different illusory realm worlds, and you are also the master of the illusory realm world, and you can investigate the operation of everything, it will be helpful to your cultivation. But the stronger the illusory realm world, the more realistic it will be. And Xinghua Sunyi's experience in the illusory realm is insufficient. Even though he can easily escape from the illusory realm as the master of the illusory realm, it will be bad if he falls into it. If it was an enemy, he would fall into the illusory realm forever, and his life and death would be controlled by others. But even if it was the master of the illusory realm, the moment he fell into it, it would have a huge impact on his soul. The strength of the soul was very mysterious. Reaching the level of an expert, once he thought he was dead, his soul would crumble and he would die. Emotions were hard to explain. If he really fell into it, if someone knew about it early on and forced him out, it might still be fine. But without anyone stopping him, Xinghua Sunyi fell deeper and deeper. He even maintained it with his wife until the entire illusory realm entered the Great Apocalypse. I am too confident in my son. Xinghua Emperor regretted. It was because he knew too little about illusory realm cultivation. On the other hand, he was ruthless to himself. He felt that he had to be ruthless to his son if he wanted to have great accomplishments. Is there any way? Xinghua Emperor asked. There's no way. I've never faced such a situation before. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. He too had a Dao companion, and he could imagine how serious Xinghua Sunyi's injuries were. It was already not bad that he did not go crazy. Let's try. Xinghua Emperor added. He had tried many times, and all the people he invited were extremely powerful existences. In his opinion, Dongbua Shuang was the strongest genius in history in the illusory realm. If he reached the primal chaos realm in the Tao of Mirage, he would be the only primal chaos realm giant in the laws and profound mysteries system. He would have a deeper understanding of the illusory realm. Let's try. No matter what, you should meet him and see if there's any way. Xinghua Emperor said. Dongbua Shuang could only nod. What else could he do when the Xinghua Emperor made such a request for his son? Alright, let Xinghua Sunyi come over as soon as possible. I'll have a good chat with him. I'm not confident, but I'll definitely try my best. Dongbua Shuang said. I'll have to trouble you. Xinghua Emperor was extremely polite. He had long prepared himself. Even if Dongbua Shuang could not help him this time, in the future, when Dongbua Shuang reached a higher attainment in the Tao of Mirage, he would still have to ask him for help. Naturally, he had to maintain a good relationship with him. As for joining the holy grounds, Xinghua Emperor did not care about it. What he hoped to see the most was for his son to recover from his heart injury, be reborn and soar into the sky. That day was something he wished to see even in his dreams. Chapter 928. Early the next morning, the sun rose. The rays of the sun shone through the arrays of the Saber Emperor city, turning even gentler as it shone on the countless buildings in the city. Sun Yi. Just as he was prepared to leave the residence, he saw a majestic figure sitting in the courtyard. Xinghua Sun Yi immediately greeted, Father. Xinghua Emperor said, I met Elder Dongbo yesterday. His attainments in the Tao of Mirage are the highest in history among all the cultivators of the laws and profound mysteries system. When he cultivates the Dark World and the Cinnabar inheritance, he can push his strength to the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower. Cinnabar's inheritance was originally at the peak of the Unity Realm, but he can improve it himself. He's already half a foot into the 7th floor of Star Tower, and he's only been cultivating for tens of billions of years. From the primitive ancient sacred world until now, he's definitely the most incredible genius in the field of illusions. Go find him. He might have a way to help you. Xinghua Emperor said. He helped me. Xinghua Sunyi frowned. I've seen primal chaos giants who specialize in the illusory realm before, yet none of them could do anything. Does Dongbua Shuang have a solution? Previously, those primal chaos giants who specialized in the illusory realm were all ancient cultivators. Xinghua Emperor said coldly, the ancient cultivation system is completely different from the system of laws and profound mysteries. For the ancient cultivation system, as long as one can display sufficient power, it can be considered a success. The laws and profound mysteries system, on the other hand, focuses on researching the profound mysteries behind it. They have truly grasped the most fundamental profound mysteries, and their understanding of illusions is deeper. Xinghua Sunyi was stunned. He then nodded slightly. He agreed with that. Different systems indeed led to different directions. For example, the Devour class system did not need to use its brain at all in the early stages. It only needed to eat, and its strength would continue to increase. As for the laws and profound mysteries system, at the transcendent stage, one needed to study the profound mysteries of the world. One had to grasp the complete laws of the world before they could transcend and step into the true God stage. He had to grasp the complete law system before he could become a void god. Similarly, the difficulty of becoming a void god in the laws and profound mysteries system was many times higher than the devour class system. Even the witchcraft cultivation system, which was also extremely difficult, belonged to two different directions compared to the laws and profound mysteries system. The laws and profound mysteries system pointed directly at the essence, delving into the core of the world, the laws and profound mysteries. Witchcraft cultivators, on the other hand, felt that they could find the essence of the world from all things. As the world evolved, many rules were reflected in all things. They felt that the system of laws and profound mysteries was too abstract, and that studying all things was a down-to-earth way of accumulating knowledge step by step. Once they had accumulated enough knowledge, they could make their bodies stronger, their souls more powerful, and they could even reach an extremely high realm in formations and refining treasures. "Alright, I'll go," Xing Huasuni answered. Although he couldn't forget it, he knew in his heart that it was just an illusory world. He should be excited and cultivate to become stronger. But, now, he was instinctively filled with disgust towards cultivation. Whenever he tried to cultivate, he would think of cultivating in the illusory world and his wife who was destroyed along with him when the illusory world collapsed. This kind of heartache made him loathe everything related to the illusory world. This was already an instinct that he couldn't control. "Don't be negligent," the Xinhua Emperor said, "even if he can't help you this time, as the one with the highest attainments in the Tao of Mirage, as his cultivation improves, he might be able to help you in the future." And then, Xinhua Suni walked out. When Xinhua Suni went to seek an audience, Dongbui Shuang had already gone out to eat delicacies. There were many restaurants in Blade Emperor City, and those ancient cultivators who were talented in culinary arts could cook delicacies that could even make a great expert like Dongbui Shuang sigh in admiration. Naturally, he would go there frequently to taste their delicacies. Ah! Dongbui Shuang immediately saw the golden-robed young man who was waiting silently at the entrance of the mansion. As the teachers of the convention, it was very common for geniuses to seek an audience and guidance. Usually, the teachers of the convention wouldn't reject them. Borrowing the guidance, they could also better observe the geniuses. But why was Xinhua Suni paying a visit? "Greetings, elder." The golden-robed young man immediately bowed respectfully. "Xinhua Suni. Come in." Dongbui Shuang smiled. "Yes." The golden-robed young man was obedient and polite. Nothing could be seen on his face. After the two entered the cavern dwelling, Dongbui Shuang sat down in the courtyard, while Xinhua Suni obediently stood by the side. "Your father has already told me about you," Dongbui Shuang said directly. "Elder, do you have any ideas?" Xinhua Suni looked at Dongbui Shuang. "Let's give it a try." Dongbui Shuang smiled. Xinhua Suni felt that Dongbui Shuang's smile was magnified in front of his eyes, and following that, he became completely lost. When he entered the world of the boundary stone, he was the master of the illusory realm. That was why he could maintain his consciousness. But now that Dongbui Shuang had unleashed his illusory realm, Xinhua Suni instantly lost himself. "Let's see if I can borrow the illusory realm to change him." Dongbui Shuang thought, even though other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realms had acted before, those primal chaos giants are all ancient cultivators. Their control over illusory realms isn't as detailed as mine. He was also an ancient cultivator. For instance, the illusory realm within the Cinnabar inheritance had long been fixed. That was why he could continuously attack it. But his control over it was slightly lacking. Dongbui Shuang sat there tasting his fruit wine. By the side, Xinhua Suni sat there in a daze. He was completely immersed in the illusory realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. 2 hours had passed in the real world. But in the illusory realm, Dongbui Shuang had made him experience a total of 1,000 reincarnations, of which a few hundred of them were related to emotions, the righteousness of the nation and the race, the relationship between his teacher and his parents, all sorts of shocking emotions had affected him. Xing Hua Sun Yi's eyes gradually regained clarity. "Are you feeling better?" Dongbua Shuang asked. Elders' techniques are indeed formidable. Xing Hua Sun lightly shook his head. "In the illusory realm, I have forgotten about the past. That is a brand new experience, just like a dream. After having 1,000 dreams, I woke up from the dream. When I met my wife, I experienced everything under my absolute consciousness. Every single scene had been carved into my soul with a blade." Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed slightly. "That's right. Forgetting about the past within the illusory realm was indeed like a dream. When one woke up, the memories from the dream would impact his memories. Naturally, the impact was far from what he experienced under his absolute consciousness. I know that everything that happened between me and my wife happened in the illusory realm. I also feel that it is a joke. There have even been experts who helped me seal my memories. I would rather seal them completely, but it's useless. Memories can be sealed, but the influence of emotions on the soul can't be changed. I still hate cultivation. Even Cosmos God said that it is better for me to recover my memories. Only when I face this period of experience would my body transform. Only then would it be considered a success." Xing Hua Sun Yi's voice was gentle. A smile appeared on his face. It was a gentle smile, even though others might find it a joke. "The time I spent with my wife in the illusory realm is the most beautiful time of my life. I can't forget it. My rationality told me that I should not be affected. I have also promised my wife not to be troubled by her. I want to be motivated and properly cultivate." Xing Hua Sun shook his head. "It's useless. Everything is useless." Dongbua Shuang looked at the young man in front of him from the side. This young man had a great talent, yet he had to suffer from this calamity. Truth and false, false and true. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. "We think that everything in the illusory realm is fake. But what exactly is real? The beings in the illusory realm have their parents and loved ones, race and nation. They have love and hate, and they know how to cultivate. To themselves, they think that they are real, right?" Xing Hua Sun was stunned. Right. Only when he told his wife everything, and how he used his identity as the master of the illusory realm to control the illusory realm, did his wife believe that this vast world was an illusory realm, and she was part of the illusory realm. And before this, all beings in the illusory realm were evolving normally. The weak would grow old and die, and the strong would cultivate and battle. They are independent living beings with memories and emotions. Dongbua Shuang said, "Actually, they can be considered unique true beings, just that they live in the illusory realm." "True? True?" Xing Hua Sun Yi's eyes brightened. His face turned slightly red. "My wife is a true living being." Including his father and the other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realm, none had mentioned this point. Xing Hua Sun Yi also thought that it was an illusory realm. Life. What is a true life? They are independent beings with memories, emotions, gratitude and hatred. Are they not true living beings? Dongbua Shuang said, "Unless they must have a soul. Like the metallic life forms and other unique life forms, they do not have a soul. They have other life cores. And your wife is the spiritual light that they form in the illusory realm. That is their life core. Only with a life core could one have independent memories, emotions, and even cultivate. Ordinary illusory realms were naturally not that formidable. The illusory realm created by the boundary stone was much more profound than what Dongbua Shuang had. Its internal operating laws were at the level of a miniature cosmos, and it was just a step away from a true cosmos. Many living beings were born within, and all of them were incomparably real. That's right. They have a life core and are independent. They have memories, emotions, gratitude and hatred. They can cultivate. Right, they are all true living beings. Xing Hua Sun nodded. His voice was slightly trembling. "My wife is real. She truly exists." Chapter 929. Now that he felt that his wife was real, Xinghua Sun Yi became much more excited. Dongbua Shuang continued, once the Tao of Mirage reaches the primal chaos level, the illusory realm world that one can unleash is comparable to the inner world of the boundary stone. Reaching the cosmos god level, he could even unleash the mirage cosmos. The illusory universe would turn into a real universe. What if I take it a step further and my Tao of Mirage reaches an even higher level? An even higher level? Xinghua Sun Yi was puzzled. Weren't cosmos gods the final realm existences? In my laws and profound mysteries system, the true ultimate goal isn't the cosmos god realm. Instead, it is the supreme operating law. Dongbua Shuang said. This was something he gradually understood after reaching a higher realm. The goal of the laws and profound mysteries system was to pry into the essence of the world and grasp the operating laws. The supreme rule was the ultimate goal. Were the laws of the universe supreme? No. The laws of the primitive ancient sacred world were the supreme laws, which were the primal chaos void laws of today. The primal chaos void contained countless universes, primal chaos lands, and the 5 great sacred worlds. The 5 great sacred worlds might sound nice, but in reality, other than the ancient sacred world, which was a remnant piece of approximately 1% of the original ancient sacred world, the other 4 great sacred worlds were created by cosmos gods. The operating laws could not be compared to the primal chaos void laws. Becoming a cosmos god was the final stage of many systems, and was also publicly acknowledged as the final existence. However, the laws and profound mysteries system targeted the supreme law, the primal chaos void law. For example, the witchcraft cultivation system was also a system that studied the core essence of all things. For example, Wu Zhu had reached his current realm, but he was still studying it. Supreme operating laws? Xinghua Sun Yi was slightly shocked. Cosmos gods merely grasped the operating laws of the cosmos. How can they compare with the primal chaos void law? Shuang said, this is the true supreme operating law that encompasses everything. If the operating law of the Tao of Mirage reaches the supreme level, I'm afraid he'll be able to control the entire primal chaos void. At that time, as the controller of the supreme laws, he'll be able to create everything in the primal chaos void. Dongbua Shuang smiled. It's not impossible to turn illusions into reality and bring your wife back to life. Yes, 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 Xinghua Sun Yi's eyes completely lit up. What kind of realm was that? The operating laws of the Tao of Mirage had reached the highest level. Such a mirage world was actually already at the level of the primitive ancient sacred world, primal chaos void. As the owner, a single thought could create everything within it, and everything that was born within it would also be an absolutely real existence. Actually, Dongbua Shuang chuckled. With a flick of his finger, an illusory world appeared before him. Gold, silver, stones, soil, and other common objects began to form within it. Following that, these items began to turn from illusory to real. Gold, silver, stones, soil, and other objects also appeared. Turning illusions into reality isn't difficult for me at my current level. Dongbua Shuang said, it's just that reincarnation requires a higher realm. Who knows, it might be possible to achieve it after reaching the cosmos god level in the Tao of Mirage. Amen. Xinghua Sun Yi nodded. His eyes were shining. He felt his entire body heating up and his soul burning. Agitated, surging, with a soaring fighting spirit. In the past, he wanted to suppress this heart-wrenching memory and cheer himself up. However, this was his incomparably beautiful and unforgettable memory. Now, he felt that his wife was real. No matter how others saw it, at least under Dongbua Shuaying's theory, Xinghua Sun Yi felt that his wife could be considered a real life. Furthermore, he even saw hope. Perhaps once his Tao of Mirage reached the cosmos god level, he might be able to turn illusions into reality, allowing his wife to reincarnate. Put on. Xinghua Sun Yi immediately knelt down, many thanks for Elder Dongbua's guidance. I do hope for Elder to accept me as your disciple and impart the cultivation technique of the Tao of Mirage to me. He understood that a pure ancient cultivator would not have a deep understanding of the illusory realm laws. Only those who focused on the essence of the Tao of Mirage would be confident of achieving what he wanted. As for the Tao of Mirage, it was naturally Dongbui Shuang who had the highest attainments in the Tao of Mirage in the history of the laws and profound mysteries system. He was most suitable to be his teacher. It is still too early for you to become my disciple. Dongbui Shuang chuckled. Flipping his hand, he brought out a translucent golden book and passed it to Xinghua Sunyi. This is an absolute art I created for the Tao of Mirage. But currently, there are only the first 3 styles. You should cultivate it first and see your potential before I decide whether to accept you as my disciple. Experts in the Great Void Heaven Temple would usually create their own absolute arts and leave them in the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall. As Dongbui Shuang cultivated, he gradually had this incomplete absolute art Mirage. Mirage, a first style, World Prison. It was possible to cultivate it at the Void Origin Birth Realm, though it was very difficult. It had the power of the 3rd level Star Pagoda. Second style, Illusory Shadow Annihilation. It had the power of the 4th level Star Pagoda, and could only be cultivated at the Unity Realm. Third style, Dark Bubble. It had the power of the 5th level Star Pagoda. It was also a move created by Dark World Master. Dongbui Shuang had merely modified and simplified it slightly. Dongbui Shuang felt that this move was not bad. As for the stronger Sky Punishment Edge, he was not satisfied with it. Because this move could be dodged by the enemies. But the dark bubble would descend and envelop the enemies, making it impossible for them to dodge. Thus, he was trying to create a move that could reach the power of the 6th floor of Star Tower, one that the enemies could not dodge at all. The multi-layered Dark World could barely do it, but it consumed too much heart energy. Dongbui Shuang was not satisfied with it. Thank you, Elder. After learning this absolute art, Xinghua Sunyi was filled with gratitude. When you cultivate the Tao of Mirage, you must not neglect your original ancient cultivation. Dongbui Shuang said, the ancient cultivation is powerful, and you can rely on it to understand the laws. It has the effect of complementing each other. Can I seek guidance from Elder if I encounter a problem? Xinghua Sunyi asked. Of course you can. Every genius cultivator in this star convention can. Dongbui Shuang said. Xinghua Sunyi felt helpless at that moment. He understood. The moment the convention ended, Dongbui Shuang would naturally have his own matters to deal with. It would be troublesome to seek guidance from him. Then how much potential do I have for Elder to be satisfied and be willing to take me in as a disciple? Xinghua Sunyi asked. A good master could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. This star convention will be able to see your potential. Dongbui Shuang smiled. Xinghua Sunyi understood and immediately bowed respectfully, then this junior shall take his leave. Go. Dongbui Shuang nodded. Xinghua Sunyi bowed and left. Dongbui Shuang watched as this golden-robed young man left. He could feel that Xinghua Sunyi was burning with fighting spirit. His heart was deeply hurt, but at this moment, his fighting spirit was burning crazily. If he's not bad, I can take him in as a disciple. Dongbui Shuang smiled. I truly did not expect that his fighting spirit would be reignited this time. Experts who stood at the higher echelons of the laws and profound mysteries system vaguely understood that the supreme operating law was their ultimate goal. Dongbui Shuang specialized in the Tao of Mirage. Naturally, he had thought about it before. How powerful would it be if the Tao of Mirage reached the supreme level? It would not be hard for it to revive a life. Because he had thought about it before, he naturally mentioned this point. Even though Xinghua Sunyi had met other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realm before, they were all ancient cultivators and did not have the same thoughts as Dongbui Shuang. Naturally, he would not mention this. Xinghua Emperor sat by himself in the courtyard of his residence. He felt depressed in his heart. He was waiting for his son to return from Dongbui Shuang. However, he didn't have much hope. Because he was clear that his son's problem required him to change himself, from the depths of his heart. It was too difficult for others to help him. He's here. Xinghua Emperor sensed that his son had returned. He turned around and saw a golden-robed young man walking into the courtyard. His father was still sitting at the same position as in the morning. Amen. Xinghua Emperor was startled. He could feel it. It was no longer the same. Even though the past Xinghua Sun Yi remained calm, and it was hard to discern his actual state, he was too reserved. And at this moment, Xinghua Sun Yi's eyes were bright. His sharpness and fighting spirit could be felt by anyone. You! Xinghua Emperor was in slight disbelief. Father, help me find a cultivation ground that can accelerate time. Xinghua Sun Yi said, I have to grasp the time to cultivate. He had to be fast. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible so that Elder Dongbui could see his potential and accept him as a disciple. He had to reach an extremely high attainment in the Tao of Mirage. Cultivation ground? Xinghua Emperor's mouth was agape. How long had it been? It was fine that he took the initiative to cultivate, but he even wanted time to accelerate? Quick, there's no time to waste. Xinghua Sun Yi urged. Chapter 930. Many cultivators in the entire Blade Emperor city were paying attention to the Star Convention. Being the teacher of the convention, Dongbui Shuang was relatively busy. Even though the number of primal chaos giants who came to visit could be counted with one's fingers, there were too many genius cultivators. I hope for Senior Dongbui to guide me. A black-robed old man respectfully said. There were still remnants of a savage ripple in the surroundings. Dongbui Shuang sat there. He placed down the wine cup in his hand. The female attendant by the side immediately poured the wine for him stealthily. The fragrance of the wine permeated the air. Even though it is one's weakness that determines one's life and death during a battle. Dongbui Shuang chuckled, it is right that you wish to make up for your weakness. But you are currently at the second-level Star Pagoda strength and is still relatively weak. You should spend more effort on the techniques you specialize in and make them stronger. When you have an overwhelming advantage in a certain aspect, you can similarly suppress your opponents. Dongbui Shuang said. Yes, this junior understands. The black-robed old man answered. The age of a cultivator could not be judged from his appearance. Just like when a transcendent cultivated at a slower speed, causing his appearance to be older. But after becoming a deity or world deity, he would continue to rise. This was something that was very common. This old man in front of him was indeed one of the genius cultivators participating in this convention. He had cultivated for just over 200 billion years, and was considered relatively young. Then is it possible for this junior to be chosen by senior? The black-robed old man could not help but ask. You have cultivated for a relatively short period, and are a loose cultivator. Hence, you do not have a good teacher to guide you. Dongbui Shuang chuckled, the only flaw is that your ranking this time is slightly lower. You are ranked at the 3000th rank. If you could be in the top 1000, your chances of being chosen would be much higher. Properly cultivate and make the best use of your time to break through in this 1000 years. Even if I don't choose you, I believe other teachers would. Alright, go. Yes. The black-robed old man obediently bowed. He did not dare to be disrespectful and left. Elder, these cultivators frequently come to seek an audience with you. There is no need for Elder to meet them immediately. It's not a big deal to let them wait for half a day. I've heard that the teachers of other conventions often wait outside for several days if they want to seek guidance. These 1000 years are very important to them. Most of them are quite talented, but they lack guidance. With guidance, there might be a change within 1000 years. If there's an obvious increase in their strength, they'll have a chance to be chosen. Dongbui Shuang said. There's no need to waste their time. Without sufficient insight, it would be difficult for one to see through the other party's actual situation, and it would be even more difficult for one to give good guidance. Even General Heavenlight, Five Luster Serpent Ancestor and Violet Slaughter Island Lord might not be able to match up to Dongbush Shui Ying's understanding of the Unity Realm. Years passed by. Those talented cultivators were originally unconvinced with Dongbush Shui Ying in their hearts. We are also at the Unity Realm. Even though he is stronger than us, he is still at the Unity Realm. How can he be a teacher of the convention? But after the majority of them went to seek guidance, they discovered that Dongbush Shui Ying's attitude was clearly better, causing many of them to have a good impression of him. But there were also cultivators who were mumbling inwardly, "Humph, he is ultimately at the Unity Realm." The other 4 teachers of the convention are all Primal Chaos Realm giants. Their statuses are different, and it is natural for his attitude to be better. Cultivators had different personalities. There were also some who were violent, twisted, and extremely selfish. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed. Dongbush Shui Ying had a more detailed judgment of the potential of this batch of talented cultivators. But he would only choose at the final moment. Because at that time, the 5 teachers of the convention would provide him with a name list. If the name list of others overlapped with his, he would naturally choose someone else. On this day, the sun was setting in the west. Dongbush Shui Ying sat cross-legged by the side of the lake within his cavern dwelling. He was meditating silently. In his mind, he was deducing the technique he wanted to fuse the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter together. With his pride, he still wanted to reach the 7th level strength at the Unity Realm. Challenging the final limit at every level would be of great help to the accumulation of his foundation. One's comprehension ability was not fixed the moment one was born. Instead, it would change over time. If he could get through the 7th level at the Unity Realm, it would be easy for him to step into the 8th level after reaching the Primal Chaos Realm. The 9th level was not too far away either. This was the improvement of one's comprehension ability. Like Sword Master, why was he so heaven-defying? It was because he did not have any good guidance in his hometown cosmos. He had to rely on himself to comprehend. This was also forcing him to temper himself. After forcefully cultivating to the Primal Chaos Realm, his foundation was incredibly thick. After entering the Great Void Heaven Temple, he read through many books and absorbed the wisdom of the seniors. Naturally, he broke through to the Cosmos God Realm. Currently, Dongbush Shui Ying had good guidance and many absolute arts. He even had the stone mirror and other treasures. Naturally, he would have higher expectations of himself. Muddling along would only make him fade into the masses. Elder, Xinghua Sunyi seeks an audience. The protector came over and respectfully reported. "Let him in." Dongbush Shui Ying ordered. Very soon. A golden-robed young man walked in. He was in high spirits and was entirely different from the first time they met. "Greetings, Elder." Xinghua Sunyi bowed respectfully. He was filled with admiration and gratefulness from the bottom of his heart. "I thought that after you left the previous time, you would come and seek my guidance. Who would have thought that you would be gone for 300 years this time?" Dongbush Shui Ying chuckled. "My father once said that if I were to ask my teacher for everything in cultivation, then in the future when my teacher could no longer guide me, I would have to rely on myself. By then, it would be hard for me to break through. Thus, even if I met with some problems, I would have to rely on myself to solve them." Xinghua Sunyi said. Dongbush Shui Ying revealed a smile. For instance, when the Great Void Heaven Temple taught disciples, the seniors would write down their comprehensions and place them in the Myriad Elephant Palace, allowing the juniors to read and comprehend by themselves. The path they walked would all depend on the disciples themselves. Asking their teacher for help whenever they met with a problem would indeed not have a bright future. Junior has some gains in cultivating the Tao of Mirage. "Elder, please guide me." Xinghua Sun pointed slightly with his finger. An illusory world appeared by the side. Then, the illusory world descended into reality, causing the surrounding heaven and earth energy to surge. Furthermore, it rapidly shrunk into a ball. Dongbui Shuiying's pupils shrank. He could not help but say, "World Prison. You've cultivated the World Prison. Your Tao of Mirage has reached the origin birth realm." Dongbui Shuiying was shocked. How long had it been? Just 300 years. Xinghua Sun Yi revealed a smile and nodded. After Junior returned, I started researching the laws and profound mysteries system, the Tao of Mirage. With the absolute art Senior gave me, in addition to my deep accumulation in the illusory realm, I've reached the unity realm in the ancient cultivation lineage. Furthermore, my father gave me a cultivation aid, which allowed me to cultivate to this stage. But 300 years. Dongbui Shuiying still did not dare to believe it. Oh, I've been cultivating in the Tower of Time in Blade Imperial City. In reality, I've already cultivated for 3 million years. Xinghua Sun Yi said. Only then did Dongbui Shuiying understand. That should be enough. For someone who had never cultivated the Tao of Mirage, even if he had deep accumulation in the ancient cultivation of illusory realms, the laws and profound mysteries system would allow him to grasp the Mirage more thoroughly. Even if he had reached the void origin birth realm, it was still an inconceivable matter in a short 300 years. If it was 3 million years, that would be more or less the case. Dongbui Shuiying felt that it was more or less the case. If this were to spread to the outside world, it would still shock many cultivators. Because cultivating the ancient cultivation illusory realm in the Tao of Mirage was easy because the ancient cultivation illusory realm itself did not require a deep understanding of the illusory realm. On the other hand, cultivating the ancient cultivation illusory realm before cultivating the Tao of Mirage would make it hard for the cultivator to have a huge breakthrough in the Tao of Mirage. 3 million years. Dongbui Shuiying felt that it was normal because his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Compared to him, Dongbui Shuiying, Xinghua Sun Yi had cultivation aid and ancient cultivation aid. He felt that it was still acceptable for him to reach this stage in 3 million years. But compared to the cultivators in the outside world, it was shocking. After all, it had only been a few million years, and his strength had reached the 3rd-level Star Pagoda from the 2nd-level Star Pagoda realm. Grasping the world prison with the Tao of Mirage at the origin birth realm is extremely difficult. Xinghua Sun Yi said, I've comprehended many structures of the illusory realm world within the boundary stone in the past. That's how I barely managed to do it. But the second style, illusory annihilation, requires the cultivator to reach the unity realm in the Tao of Mirage. But I feel that it is much more difficult. There are many perplexities that I can't comprehend no matter what. Dongbui Shuiying chuckled. He still thought that this brat could reach the unity realm in the Tao of Mirage with just that bit of ancient cultivation experience. Speak. Dongbui Shuiying said. Xinghua Sun Yi nodded. He then continued practicing and asking questions. Many illusory worlds appeared around him. Dongbui Shuiying casually guided Xinghua Sun Yi as he listened. Every single time, Xinghua Sun Yi would point out the essence of what he was not good at. He could only rely on his experience and the books he read in the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall to guide him. As for the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, Tao of Ripple, and the void that he specialized in, Dongbui Shuiying had it at his fingertips. Xinghua Sun Yi's eyes lit up when he heard that. He was so excited that he was beaming with joy. After all, some of the things that had troubled him for a long time had been explained clearly by Dongbui Shuiying using some ingenious methods. Dongbui Shuiying had even pointed out many directions for him. This time, the guidance continued for a total of 10 days. Beside the lake, Dongbui Shuiying was still sitting cross-legged there. The night had passed, and the sun had risen. Many thanks for Elder's guidance. Xinghua Sun Yi was grateful and respectful. Your comprehension is not bad. Dongbui Shuiying smiled. No wonder this Xinghua Sun Yi could improve so quickly in the ancient cultivation illusory realm. He was indeed someone with extremely high comprehension. He was definitely the one with the highest comprehension amongst all the genius cultivators that Dongbui Shuang had guided. Then can this junior take elder as my master now? Xinghua Sunyi could not help but ask. It's still early. Let's talk about it after the star convention ends. Dongbui Shuang said. Xinghua Sunyi was slightly disappointed. But he still said respectfully, this junior will go back and cultivate first. During the past 10 days of elder's guidance, this junior has to go back and cultivate properly. Go. Dongbui Shuang said. Xinghua Sunyi obediently bowed and left. And as Dongbui Shuang watched as Xinghua Sunyi left, he thought, he currently has the strength of a third-level star pagoda expert. In the future, he should be able to improve further. Amongst the cultivators of the star convention, his comprehension ability is definitely one of the best. I should be able to leave a spot for him in my name list. He was quite fond of Xinghua Sunyi because the other party specialized in the Tao of Mirage that he, Dongbui Shuang, was most proud of. It was not easy to meet a talent that was suitable to inherit his absolute art. Chapter 931. As the 1,000-year deadline approached, Dongbui Shuang became more leisurely. Almost all the talented cultivators had come here before, and there was no need for them to come a second time before their strength improved significantly. On this day, a thin man walked to the entrance of Dongbui Shuang's cavern dwelling. The faint aura he emitted had startled the two protectors. Even though this aura was emitted slightly, the moment they came in contact with it, they felt an overwhelming killing aura assaulting their souls, causing the protectors to tremble in fear. They had seen too many Unity Realm experts, and understood that this person in front of them was much stronger than them. He should be a primal Chaos Realm giant. At that moment, none of them dared to be disrespectful. Go tell Elder Dongbui that Ba Yun is here to visit. The thin man said coldly. Yes, senior, please wait for a moment. The protector immediately went in to pass the message. Brother Ba Yun. Dongbui Shuang took the initiative to welcome him warmly. The thin man was no longer cold. Instead, he revealed a smile. Haha, Brother Dongbui, I know you are busy. That is why I came to visit you now. If Brother Ba Yun wants to see me, you can naturally do so anytime. Come, please come in. Dongbui Shuang was much more polite. There was a reason for him to be polite. Even though this Ba Yun Palace Master was a primal Chaos Realm giant, according to the intelligence, he was barely at the strength of the 7th floor of Star Tower. This strength was only slightly stronger than him. The reason why Dongbui Shuang was so polite was because Ba Yun Palace Master was the only disciple of the Black Emperor. Black Emperor had imparted his Tao to him. The two of them sat down. Dongbui Shuang also took out his treasured wine and personally poured it for Ba Yun. Brother Ba Yun, why did you come to see me? Dongbui Shuang chuckled, if there is anything, just say it. I came because of this star convention. Ba Yun Palace Master said, I have a junior who participated in the star convention. His strength isn't bad and he is ranked in the top 500. However, he isn't confident that he will be chosen in the end. Therefore, he came to seek my help. I also like this kid, so I specially came to seek Brother Dongbo's help. Hearing that he was ranked in the top 500, Dongbui Shuang heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't know how to be flexible. As long as the other party's potential was high enough, in a situation where he could choose or not, it wouldn't matter if Ba Yun Palace Master personally interceded for him. After all, choosing juniors with potential, this was the inner judgment of the teachers of the convention. Each of them had different experiences, so their judgment of the potential of the younger generation was different. For example, if Dongbui Shuang judged a junior's potential to be around 150, General Tianguang might judge him to be around 100, and General Hatchet Palace Lord might judge him to be around 200. It was impossible to be absolutely the same. But they were all experts, and Dongbui Shuang had a high understanding of the Unity Realm. His judgment of potential would not be too bad. Therefore, as long as the junior's potential was within the range of Dongbush Shuiying's choice, he could definitely choose him. No one would think that he would act recklessly. But if the junior's potential was judged to be outside the top 1,000, General Hatchet Palace Master, General Tianguang and the others might judge him to be slightly different, but he would still be ranked outside the top 900. If he chose, he would be slapped in the face. Oh, if his potential is not bad, I will naturally do my best to help. Dongbush Shuiying chuckled. His potential is not bad. I believe that after entering the holy ground, his future will be even more extraordinary. Ba Yun Palace Master said. I wonder what is his name? Dongbush Shuiying asked. He is called Huan Lu. Ba Yun Palace Master chuckled. He is ranked 406th in the Star Pagoda preliminaries. Dongbush Shuiying's original smile froze. Huan Lu. Huan Lu was a loose cultivator, but he had cultivated for more than 1.6 trillion years. More importantly, Dongbush Shuiying had seen the recording of him challenging the Star Pagoda. Being ranked 406th sounded good, but in reality, he had not gotten through the third level. He was merely ranked at the peak of the second-level Star Pagoda. Furthermore, the reason why he was ranked at the peak was because his body had been modified. That time, Dongbush Shuiying saw the recording and deduced, this Huan Lu must have many treasures. His realm is clearly ordinary, and he should only be at the first-level Star Pagoda strength. But his body has been modified. By relying on his powerful body, he nearly got through the third level. He is merely a Devour-class cultivator, yet his body has been modified by a Hex cultivator. Clearly, other experts had helped to modify his body. It was indeed possible to invite other experts to modify his body. Furthermore, with sufficient Origin World rocks, one could even invite Wu Zhu to help, making his body so strong that even Primal Chaos Realm giants could not destroy it. But the more heaven-defying the modification, the more exaggerated the price. It would be more worthwhile to purchase puppets. This Huan Lu had clearly modified his body for the sake of the Star Convention. He wanted to increase his ranking, but it's a pity that Dongbush Shuiying, General Hatchet Palace Master and the others had sharp eyesight. With a glance, they could deduce, his body had been modified by others. If he did not modify his body, he would likely be ranked beyond 10,000. Even though he was a loose cultivator, he had cultivated for a very long time. In terms of potential, he was unquestionably ranked beyond 3,000. Someone who was unquestionably ranked beyond 3,000, was he going to select him? Dongbush Shuiying looked up at Ba Yun Palace Master in front of him. Ba Yun Palace Master remained smiling. Brother Dongbo, he is a loose cultivator and he is ranked in the 400s. His potential is not bad. He has invited other experts to modify his body. That is why he is ranked around 400. Dongbush Shuiying shook his head. We choose based on potential. It is impossible for other experts to modify their bodies. Brother Dongbo, you can choose 20 people. And as for potential, every teacher of the convention has different eyesight. Since you have a unique eyesight, it is normal for you to select him. Ba Yun Palace Master chuckled. Dongbush Shuiying furrowed his brows. This disciple of Senior Black Emperor, he had already said it like this. Why was he still forcing himself? I will try my best. I still have some matters that I need to attend to. Dongbush Shuiying stood up. Brother Dongbo, you better give me a definite answer. I will be at ease. Ba Yun Palace Master said. I will try my best. Dongbush Shuiying replied. How about this, if you choose, I am willing to give Brother Dongbo 200 Origin World rocks. Ba Yun Palace Master smiled. That Huan Lu had indeed had a fortuitous encounter. He had obtained many treasures and not only did he modify his body, he also understood the detailed information of the 5 teachers of the convention. Only then did he find Ba Yun Palace Master to intercede for him. The deposit was 100 Origin World rocks. Once the matter was settled, he was willing to pay another 500 Origin World rocks. A total of 600 origin world rocks was enough for him to enter the sacred ground. Brother Ba Yun. Shuang helplessly said, you should also understand that I, as a Unity Realm expert, am taking on the role of a teacher of the convention, and there are some objections to it. I am not just representing myself here. More importantly, I am representing my Great Void Heaven Temple. I cannot slap my Great Void Heaven Temple's face. Therefore, I really can't do anything about your matter. His potential is probably ranked outside the top 3,000. Dongbua Shuang honestly interceded because he hoped that the other party could understand. Just a small matter. How can it be considered as giving face to the Great Void Heaven Temple? Ba Yun Palace Master frowned. Alright, today is the first time the two of us are meeting. Let's not make things too ugly and give me some face. It's just a slot. Let's do it this way. Dongbua Shuaying's expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up. Brother Ba Yun, I still have matters to attend to. I will not accompany you any longer. Please leave. Ba Yun Palace Master's expression instantly turned cold. You really don't agree? No choice. Dongbua Shuaying said directly. Humph. Ba Yun Palace Master laughed angrily. You are just a small Unity realm. You have obtained the inheritance of my teacher. It is fine if you don't feel grateful, but I personally came to ask for your help, yet you did not give me any face. Also, don't call me Brother Ba Yun. You are just a Unity realm and aren't qualified to call me brother. He was truly angered. Being a primal chaos realm giant and the only disciple of the Black Emperor, who would not give him face normally. He looked down on all Unity realm experts. In his heart, he did not think highly of Dongbua Shuang. After all, so what if he was on the 6th floor of Star Tower? In history, there were many who were stuck on the 6th floor of Star Tower and could not step into the primal chaos realm. For instance, Thunder Flame Pagoda Master was stuck there, and Dark World Master had fallen long ago. In his heart, Ba Yun Palace Master truly did not think highly of Dongbua Shuang. Even addressing him as brother made him feel uncomfortable. It was only because he had a request from the other party that he maintained a smile and spoke passionately. Who would have thought that this Dongbua Shuang, a Unity Realm expert, would be so shameless? Giving him 200 origin world rocks, yet he did not agree. How much was the total value of all the treasures on Dongbua Shuang? It should be at most 1,000 origin world rocks, right? 200 origin world rocks was a very large sum of wealth. Addressing me as brother? It seems I have climbed up the social ladder. Dongbua Shuang coldly said. Since things had reached this stage, there was no need for him to save any face. Someone, send the guest off. Dongbua Shuaying's voice transmitted. At that moment, a female attendant came in. She walked to the side of Ba Yun Palace Master. She was slightly nervous, but she still said, please. No matter how arrogant Ba Yun Palace Master was, he did not dare to be impudent in his territory in the Blade Emperor city. Humph, you have guts. Ba Yun Palace Master sneered. Why? Still not leaving? Do you want me to chase you out? Dongbua Shuang coldly said. Good, very good. Ba Yun Palace Master sneered. He turned around and left in 2 to 3 steps. Dongbua Shuang coldly snorted. So what if he was a primal chaos realm giant? He barely had the strength of the 7th level and was just a notch higher than him. Even if he fought with him, he would not be afraid. Furthermore, he was close to the primal chaos realm. The moment he stepped into it, he would be able to easily surpass him. He was being so polite and courteous because of the Black Emperor. But even though he respected the Black Emperor, it did not mean that he had to respect him as a disciple. Since he did not want any face, he could only chase him out. Chapter 932. After walking out of the residence, Ba Yun Palace Master turned around with a gloomy expression. This made the 2 guards at the entrance of the residence not even dare to breathe. A mere Unity Realm expert is so arrogant and ignorant. Ba Yun Palace Master said coldly before leaving. This made the two guards look at each other in dismay. Is he saying that Elder Dong Bo is arrogant and ignorant? From the looks of it, his negotiation with Elder Dong Bo has fallen apart. Elder Dong Bo is the same. Even if he rejected a Primal Chaos Realm expert, he shouldn't have made it so ugly. The two guards talked to each other through voice transmissions. They even quickly told some of their good friends about what had happened and started discussing it. These guards and attendants were arranged by the Blade Emperor City. They were the lowest level members of the Blade Emperor City. They would temporarily serve Dongbo Shuang during the Star Convention. The moment the Star Convention ended, they could not be bothered with the Inner Hall Elder of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Hence, they were more than willing to discuss the secrets of these big characters. Very soon. Those who were well-informed knew that Ba Yun Palace Master had said that Dongbo Shuang was arrogant and ignorant. And those who knew about this matter stood on the side of Ba Yun Palace Master. Because the five great sacred worlds of the Primal Chaos Void were used to the high and mighty Primal Chaos Realm experts. A Unity Realm expert should be respectful to a Primal Chaos Realm expert. Dongbo Shuang was too lazy to care about the discussions of the outside world. Only the weak would pay attention to the actions of the experts. Why would a true expert care about the trivial matters of the weak? Before breaking through to the Primal Chaos Realm, he would not easily offend a Primal Chaos Realm expert. He would rather endure. But under the premise that he had absolute confidence in breaking through, even if he treated the other party politely, he would not tolerate the other party taking advantage of him. So what if they fell out? In just a short while, he would easily surpass the other party. And then, on this day, as Dongbo Shuang was meditating by the lake in his cavern, he suddenly received a message. It was the host of this Star Convention, Heart Imitation Religious Master. There's still half a year before the 1,000-year deadline ends. The name list of General Hatchet Palace Master has already been handed over to Heart Imitation Religious Master. Dongbo Shuang was shocked. The message that Heart Imitation Religious Master sent was the list of 20 people that General Hatchet Palace Master had chosen. Not a bad choice. Dongbo Shuang took a look. According to Heart Imitation Religious Master's assessment, they were all in the top 300 in terms of potential. Chen Xiong. Dongbo Shuang smiled. He had also noticed this name, Monarch Hidden Dragon should have looked for General Hatchet Palace Master as well. I had intended to choose him as well. The little fellow called Chen Xiong had cultivated for an extremely short period of time, and he had only come to seek guidance 3 times in the past 1,000 years. Moreover, his improvement was rather obvious, and in terms of potential, he was probably ranked in the top 20. Days passed by. The entire Star Convention had begun to boil in secret. Those who were well informed had already begun to know that the names of the teachers of the convention were being submitted one by one. General Hatchet Palace Master had the highest status, so he was the first to hand over the name list. Half a month later, as the only female, the Violet Slaughter Island Master was the second to submit the name list. Another month later, the 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor also submitted the name list. Another month later, the Blade Emperor City, which was in charge of hosting the convention, sent out a Primal Chaos Existence, General Heaven Light, to submit the name list. Being at the Unity Realm, Dongbo Shuang naturally knew what to do. He chose to be the last to submit the name list. Please pass on the message that Dongbo Shuang greets Heart Imitation Religious Master. Dongbo Shuang stood in front of a huge residence. The place where Heart Imitation Religious Master stayed was naturally his residence in the Blade Emperor City. It's Dongbo Shuang. One of the 5 teachers of the convention, Dongbo Shuang. He is here to submit the name list too. Outside the residence of Heart Imitation Religious Master, there were quite a few people staring at it, especially those talented cultivators who were anxiously paying attention to the name list. They had already thought of ways to know the name list submitted by the previous 4 teachers of the convention. Currently, only Dongbo Shuang was left. The secrecy of the name list was not high. Heart imitation religious master and the 5 teachers of the convention, as well as many primal chaos existences who came to watch the convention, were given a copy. After all, it was meant to be made public, and there was naturally no need to keep it a secret. This is the final one. This one has 20 names. I hope I'm one of them. This is the final chance. Some of the talented cultivators who had been waiting outside the residence of Heart Imitation Religious Master were extremely nervous. They were waiting silently. In the past 1,000 years, many of them had visited Dongbu Shuang, albeit Dongbu Shuang had never given them any confirmation. Within the residence, Dongbu Shuang continued walking under the guidance of an attendant. They passed through the winding corridors and arrived at a huge public square. Finally, he arrived at a towering black palace hall. This palace hall was incomparably grand. It occupied approximately 1/10 of the entire residence, spanning an area of 5,000 kilometers. It was also the most eye-catching palace structure in the entire Blade Emperor city. This was also the famous Heart Imitation Palace Hall. Heart Imitation Palace Hall. Dongbu Shuang thought. He knew that Heart Imitation Religious Master would usually cultivate in the Heart Imitation Palace Hall. This was a unique palace specially constructed for cultivation. Elder Dongbu, Religious Master, is inside. The attendant stopped outside the palace hall. Dongbu Shuang nodded. He stepped inside. The huge Heart Imitation Palace Hall was huge and spacious. It occupied an area of 5,000 kilometers. It was empty within. There were no decorations at all. There was only a single figure seated cross-legged on the ground of this dark palace hall. Heart Imitation Religious Master was wearing a loose robe. His robe was spread on the ground. His back was slightly bent, and he had a smile on his face as he looked at Dongbu Shuang. Even though he did not emit any aura, Dongbu Shuang could feel that the entire Heart Imitation Palace Hall was becoming bigger and bigger under his senses. It was boundless and dark. The entire Heart Imitation Palace Hall was like an endless cosmos. And Heart Imitation Religious Master was the core of this cosmos. He sat there as if he was the master of the cosmos. It's said that 9th-level Star Pagoda Primal Chaos Realm giants are not any weaker than cosmos gods in certain aspects. It is indeed true. Dongbu Shuang saw this scene. Even though Heart Imitation Religious Master did not emit any aura and did not display any techniques, just by sitting within the myriad Imitation Palace Hall made Dongbu Shuang understand how terrifying the other party was. At least for now. It was easy for the other party to kill him. Even if he had the protective treasure given by forefather Tianyu, he could only last for 1 or 2 moments. Elder Dongbu. Heart Imitation Religious Master's ugly face contained a power that could warm the hearts of others. His voice was gentle too. The first 4 teachers of the convention have been decided. Your name list has been decided. Hence, the 100 names that you have chosen can be made public. I have already chosen them. Dongbu Shuang nodded. He waved his hand, causing a golden silk scroll to appear in front of him. It flew towards Heart Imitation Religious Master. Heart Imitation Religious Master casually looked through it. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. His gaze landed on one of the 20 names, Xinghua Sun Yi. Heart Imitation Religious Master looked up at Dongbu Shuang. Xinghua Sun Yi. Being the host of this star convention, Heart Imitation Religious Master naturally understood the intelligence of all the talented cultivators. He naturally paid attention to Xinghua Sun Yi because he was the youngest son of an ultra-expert at the same level as him, Xinghua Emperor. With such a background, he had cultivated for more than 500 billion years, yet he was only ranked 3,600th. His potential would most likely be ranked beyond 5,000 amongst the talented cultivators. Speaking from his heart, Heart Imitation Religious Master had a good impression of Dongbu Shuang. After all, he was the strongest Unity Realm cultivator in the current era of the 2 great sacred worlds. He could compete with Lei Yan from the myriad ancient sacred world. Are you sure you won't change the name list? Heart Imitation Religious Master looked at Dongbui Shuang. I haven't announced it to the public yet. You can still change it. There's no need to change it. Dongbui Shuang shook his head. Heart Imitation Religious Master hesitated for a moment before saying, Elder Dongbui, I've heard that forefather Tian Yu has suggested for you to be the teacher of this star convention. Out of the 5 cosmos gods, 2 are against it and you barely passed. Your choice doesn't just represent yourself. Instead, it represents the entire Great Void Heaven Temple. The name list was public. Even though some experts could be selfish and shameless, Holy Ground still cared about their reputation. Being mocked by many cultivators in the dark would be a disgrace to the Great Void Heaven Temple. Many thanks for Heart Imitation Religious Master's good intentions. I've decided. Dongbui Shuang chuckled. Heart Imitation Religious Master shook his head inwardly. It was rare for him to persuade the other party. He then nodded, all right, then the name list will be decided as such. The name list would definitely be there. Following that, Heart Imitation Religious Master circulated the name list to the various parties. At the same time, he began making arrangements to make the name list public. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.